Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Finals Community Cup. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is Raider, and we are excited to bring this Community Cup to you guys. A month back, close to it, is when you saw the showdown happening and you
Yeah.
enjoyed the revolution. And now it is time for you guys to step up on the stage. So, Raider, how do you feel about this stage?
First of all, a game where the community is going to rise, new individuals are going to come through. I believe I'm very, very happy about this Community Cup because, yes, we are going to see a lot of interesting teams being developed and we are going to see the initiation of a new beginning, I guess.
Yeah, when we saw the showdown, we did kind of get the audience riled up. They were excited.
Yeah.
We were looking forward to seeing a lot more Indian audience playing, and we have had with this finals Community Cup coming in. It was an open for all tournament, and we have had round one matches which have been going on off stream, and now we'll be jumping into the round two matches. And if you're wondering, how is it going to be? It's going to be all best of threes. It is going to be, however, a single elimination. And this is again going to span a couple of weeks from today onwards. Now, what you're going to be seeing is going to be split one, where we had a set of 32 teams, because as I said, round one is done, meaning one set of teams have been eliminated. That's going to come about 16 teams who are going to be going out very early in the game itself. So it's going to be interesting in the single elimination. And the qualification only stands for the top two, Raider. The top two teams make it to the finals. That is the ultimate
The
show.
finals of the finals, yes, indeed. The top two teams are going to go over there, but the other third and fourth position team, I believe they are going to get one more chance, and that will be the LCQ, last chance qualifiers. So, yes, teams have to put in their best efforts. Of course, this is a new game, and eventually teams are trying to evolve along the way. They're trying to figure out what's happening, and there are so many new things coming to the picture. And that's why we usually say that go ahead, play, enjoy the competition. And yes, this is just the first Community Cup, but yes, I believe there are going to be many more IPs coming through. So I'm patiently waiting to see who is going to be the champ. And also talking on the back end, we got to conversate a lot with our co-casters, and they were like, IND is one of those teams, Eternal Fire is one of those teams, boom a lot. So I'm looking forward to it. And now let's have a look at a few more details. For example, the formats. And yes, we do have the split one coming in from today till 4th of August, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, the whole weekend is jam-packed with action. Today is the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the ultimate Sunday, to decide our top two teams. But the teams who come up in the 3rd and 4th, they don't have to be worried. They still get a chance, as you already explained about the LCQ. Now, for other teams, the 32, you better hope you are in the top 4, because if you're not, that means your split one run might come to an end. Then maybe split 2 is up for grabs. That's what you have to look forward to. And in split 2, it's going to be the same thing. Now, from LCQ, we are going to again take the top two teams. Now, after split 1, split 2 and LCQ happening, that is when the finals is going to happen with 6 teams, and that is where you will have a safety thread, Raider. That is the double elim bracket.
It's always fun to see what happens in double elimination. Like, you are in the winners bracket, then you go down to the lower bracket and you try to qualify from there, and the run of redemption comes through from that particular situation as well. But of course, I think starting with split 1, the competition is going to be on par. All the teams are going to make sure that they at least get a spot in the 4th position teams from hashtag 1 to hashtag 4, because yes, as you rightly said, from hashtag 1 to hashtag 2, you directly get the qualification to the finals. But if you are not able to be there on that particular spot, you can still be there at the 3rd or 4th spot, so that you can compete in the last chance qualifier, in which obviously 4 teams are going to be there, as 2 teams are going to come through from split 1, and the other 2 teams are going to be there from split 2. So it's obviously going to be quite fun to watch how it all happens and how the teams are going to qualify along the way. But I think out of 32 teams, qualifying is there for only 2 teams. That means the rest 30 teams are going to have a very impressive challenge throughout the weekend, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough time for a lot of teams. 32, if you combine both, we might end up actually having 64 teams that we have to wait and watch. But it is going to be interesting, and the most interesting part to be called the ultimate champion, right? The last time when we had, it was your favorite creators, streamers, a couple of professional players in the mix. But this time, this Community Cup is a battle of all you players in the community, of all you who've gotten the stage. So I'm pretty sure you're going to make wise use of this, because if you make it happen now, or maybe again, this is split 1, right? There have been a lot of people who've been seeing tagging the Finals India on Instagram or Twitter, and in their journey to the top rankings on the leaderboard, we would have those best players even playing in split 1 for the qualification. So the newer players who might join in, they might have a tougher run going ahead. But I was looking at one of the games before we started the stream, and I thought one team which started with a 4-0 would actually win it all out, meaning maybe make it to the round 3 or so. But it didn't happen. There was a comeback right in that game. It was a 4-3 matchup with the other team winning it, and a reverse sweep of a 4-1 with them closing it. So the team which got a 4-0, a clean win on the first map, did not even win the series, Raider. So this game, the finals, it's all about how you prep against the opponent.
Yeah, those split-second decisions, how you, as you rightly said, how you prepare against your opponent, how you try to maintain that tempo till the end. So that's definitely something which is going to be important, and obviously I think every single team will be looking forward to it. And I think with all of those things included, there is one more thing, and it's synergy. It's for 5v5 competition. You have to build a good synergy with your teammate. The aim has to be there, the precision, the knowledge of this game is going to be very, very important. And talking about that, let's talk about the builds as well. But even before that, let's have a look at the stakes, the prize pool. And the prize pool is massive. We have a total prize pool of $10,000, out of which the champions are going to get $6,000. Runner-ups, that means the second position team is going to get $2,000. The third placement is going to get $1,200. And on the hindsight, we have the fourth position, and they will get $800 as well.
We were talking about this, and now you can relate why we were asking you to be in the top 4. If you're in the top 4, you get a chance to take a share of the prize pool, and call yourselves that you won the Finals Community Cup, or you were a part of the Finals Community Cup, or call yourselves the podium finishers, because imagine 32 teams and only the top 4 get the better recognition. And for viewers watching this around the world, we would want to let you know that right as now, this Community Cup that you're seeing is going to be a lot of Indian players with maybe a couple of here and there imports who have been playing. But yes, majority of them would be from here, so it's going to be interesting to see the competition here and how from here on it is going to go ahead. Now we should be jumping into a round 2 match 1 very soon. We will talk about the team over there, what is going to be happening. But I want to ask you, Raider, as we kick things off, what build are you going to be more excited to see out of the 3?
See, personally, I love to play medium build due to the fact that it can absorb a bit of a damage and also dish out. It's fast, and obviously, as the name suggests, it's a medium build. That means it can do both the things. It can be fast, it can be also effective in terms of gameplay. But when it comes to heavy build, I think, yes, setting up the whole perimeter for the terminal attack, it's something which is going to be viable. But then again, those moment restrictions that you get with the heavy build, I think that is something which is quite scary to watch. And also coming back to the light build, squishy yet effective. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, so this is one discussion I would maybe have while we are going ahead, depending on the specialization, the weapons, the utils that they pick up, what gadgets they're going to be using a lot more. Because as you said, yes, there's one on a quick maneuvering, fast-paced build of light, a medium which can absorb but also be your trustworthy fighter, and then your fifth is the third is going to be literally your tank. Now, how you play with that tank, how you make your build of team of 5, all depends on countering an opponent. Now, we've seen a lot of teams, right? What they do is we have a set playstyle, we have a set gadget, we have a set specialization. This is all we use irrespective of who our opponents are. It does not work all the time. And for people who are wondering what this new game is, check it out, the finals. It is the right stage for you to check out. It is the right stage to be at for esports. It is the right time for you guys to start fighting, because this is just the split 1 of the Finals Community Cup, and we are going to be starting the Community Cup split 2 the next weekend. So the distance is not far away. So anytime you guys are feeling that we might be going to the next one, we want to get into the next one, we want to take the part of this 10,000 USD, this is your chance.
Well, I think you should secure this moment, because guys, as fast as you can evolve along the way, I think the better you are going to be in the near future. So for that reason, guys, make sure to pitch in. If you have missed the decisions of split 1, don't worry, split 2 is still there. And all those individual teams who are going to maybe fail in split 1, they can also get that learning curve in their favor, figure out what went wrong for them, which particular build is going to be better for them in the next future. They can actually improve a lot and maybe come back into the split 2, because that's again an open for all equation coming in. But you have to come from round 1 to round 2, where 32 teams are going to be there, and then so on and so forth. The competition is going to be even more interesting. If you are there at 3rd, 4th position, remember last round's qualifier is going to save your day. just for a brief moment, because if you don't perform in last round's qualifier, you won't get the spot in the double elims. That means the finals.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be looking forward to being that finals team, right? And as I said, initially when you saw the finals happening on live stream with a lot of your friends and you're excited seeing your favorite streamers play, now you can make sure that excitement is also going to be handed down by you guys to one of those favorite streamers who would be watching. Oh wow, I was a part of the finals initial showdown that happened, and now that this player is playing at this level and representing maybe the country later down the line, that person will be so happy. That streamer, whoever your favorite streamer is, so maybe make a goal from today onwards that this person played for me. Whether you want to pick Mortal, whether you want to pick Red Parasite, whether you want to pick anybody from all of them, Sentinel, Bings, there was so many, Scout, right? And like, okay, I want to tell them that I really enjoyed watching you guys, and this is the reason I picked this game as an esports title for myself. And then maybe take that first place here in the Community Cup, and you run right into the big stages, because right as now the finals is not reached. It is its highest point. The peak is not yet there. It's about where you make the peak happen.
Exactly. It's all about how our community is going to progress along the way, what you can figure out along the way, and how far you as an individual can evolve. So for that reason, yes, of course, the community cup is something which is very, very important. Apart from the stakes, apart from the prize pool, I think the joy of playing this game in a competitive scenario is something else to watch. So I'm looking forward to it, how the game goes on and which particular two teams are going to be there out of these 32 teams. First of all, for the first game today on our screens, because as the match progresses, we will also see how far individuals have come through, because the game has been launched, and from that particular time people were trying to enjoy the rank matches, the different modes that we have. The terminal attack is one of those modes which is very, very relevant when it comes to the esports scenario. So yes, a lot of emphasis is there on terminal attack, but then again, when we talk about this mode, there are certain important things that you have to figure out. You have to figure out the timing, you have to figure out how you have to, I guess, go with the key, the decryption key, and how to play along the way, because in this game there are certain different interesting things which we can always explain you, but that is going to be a little bit more easier as the game comes on, so that we can experience and also explain it to you that what happens over there. Anything to add on, Sam?
Yeah, I think at this point, all of viewers are looking forward to is going to be the game. And also, as we said, right, the gadgets, the specialization. We did touch up on it when we were doing the initial showdown with all your streamers and favorite creators, with professional players. But I think it's time to kind of dive deep into it when we are in this Community Cup. And I know it is still going to be... we barely dusting off everything and telling you about it, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people who have already been experts in the field will be able to tell you better. But we were discussing about before starting this, right? There's been so many patches, there's so much that the I would say the finals team have been working so that players come to a level playing field, and this game just feels better day in and day out. And there's been so many patch notes, updates coming through. We'll talk about it as we progress further. But for now, before we start the game, there's a small technical hitch the players are facing. So we will cut into a break, make sure that everybody's back into the server, and we kick things off with our first game. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back. Welcome back to the Finals Community Cup. My name is Lucifer. Back on desk is going to be Raider. We have kick-started the problem and it seems to have now running a smooth engine, Raider. So are you ready to start our first game, the best of 3 series, to see where the Finals community has entered into and how our first matchup is going to be?
Oh, I have been ready, man. Lucifer, I have been ready from the revolution, from the showdown, because I wanted to see other individuals also playing, newer individuals coming into the action. Yes, we got to see some exciting gameplay in that particular scenario, but now talking about the Community Cup, yes, as the name suggests, the community is here. We will get to see a lot of interesting stuff, and for that, I am very, very excited. I'm patiently waiting to see whenever the game is going to get started, what will happen, how the players are going to step up, and what are they going to do in terms of their builds. Are they going to go for light builds or heavy builds? Of course, there is going to be a mix and match of it. So I'm looking forward to see how the teams are going to relocate once and for all, and how they're going to play along the way.
Yeah, I think it's now that the players are jumping into the matchup itself. It is in the loading screen. But let me tell you about what matchup that you're going to be witnessing. It is going to be a matchup between level 100 Gat versus Lethal Force. Now, they've gone in for a very interesting and I would say in this generation of you trying to mix words up and trying to figure out a name, they found that kind of one where the words don't match but the pronunciation does. But going into them being the team A, they have decided to ban Sis Horizon, and let's jump into the veto as I'm talking about it. Sis Horizon's out, Las Vegas is out, and I don't like that. Lethal Force, I think that itself tells me to stay away from you guys, because my favorite is Las Vegas. I want that ching. But I don't know, they say no to it. So we are starting things off on Skyway Stadium.
Oh yeah, and then we will get to see Lethal Force picking it up on Monaco, as they will defend the particular sites, and at the same moment the attackers are going to be level 100, but the decider will be Kyoto, one of those interesting maps. Even Lucifer and I were discussing on the back ends that this is one of those maps which you usually love a lot, but then again the kind of greenery that is there, it is going to, I guess, be a very interesting scenario to watch how the players are going to play along the ways. I guess the recons are going to be very important in this scenario, and also a light build sniper has to be there in this particular map for sure.
Yeah, I think Kyoto and Monaco help us snipers a lot. So I think the light builds playing those long range weapons might actually come into play. In Monaco there's a crane, in Kyoto there's a tower, it can help.
Yeah.
And on Skyway Stadium, there's sky for you to play around. Now, interesting as you said, yes, there is environment that you can make use of, but that's the better part of the game. For the people who are watching it the first time, is the environment is not an environment that can block you from doing something. You can literally evaporate it if you have the right means on hand. So I think it's going to be interesting when we say evaporate, and if you have the right means on hand, it's all about your thought, your visualization, and the finals has a lot of that. People imagine and make do and work of so many different stuffs that I've seen, that it feels like the infinity symbol that we talk about, right, can be applied to the finals. We have spoken about that every other FPS games. You have to think a lot into it of what you can do, how you can play it around, and then figure out a lot of setups, plays, and coming in terms of strategies. But for the finals, you might click a right button or a wrong button and it might just give you a new approach to the game entirely, which nobody else would have realized. So starting off with Skyway Stadium, it is going to be interesting. As we spoke about it, there's going to be a lot of sky that we would want to see in. I think the most interesting game will end up happening on Monaco because of the tower that we're going to be seeing.
Okay.
But yeah, Skyway Stadium. Let's see what happens, because there are opportunities for teams to drop in the gaps.
Just to explain a bit, guys, remember, attackers have to deliver the decryption key to the terminal. It could be A terminal or B terminal, and then prevent the other that particular terminal. So maybe come into the picture, and it's going to be Paradox if I'm not wrong. Goes in with a jump pad, the shields are on, and as he is soaking up the damage, the decryption key is still there with them. They're still looking forward to make a approach towards the B side, but I'm looking forward to see if they're going to do it. Okay, actually, I guess they're going to go for the A side probably.
Yeah, they're close already. Level 100 GAT are the ones attacking. Rocket launcher goes right in, but no connection. And he walks into a trap. Gasman explodes. Position revealed. Sonar used. This is getting tough for level 100.
It's already becoming quite fierce. With the AK, we can clearly see the players are falling down. Defenders are still prevailing. The attackers, they have been detected, but that was a good play with the launcher. It's 2v3 already. Positions have been revealed. They still have to figure out how they have to go with the decommission. But the last man standing is also getting attacked by the throwing knives, and yes, it is done, guys. It was a 1v1, but finally the last man standing was here from the defending perspective, and as we can see, it's a win for defender, and that is the Tough Shells.
Yeah, a lethal force. They win the first. We did see the ICU being one of the points to defend. Now let's see, after doing one lethal force, can they find another victory for themselves? It is yes, not going to be easy, but hey, if you can make quick work of it, you can still make the victory happen for you. But on the other end, attack, you saw a lot of missed rocket launches coming through, explosions where they just walked into mines. That's a little questionable move. Now, when you're walking into a site, the known fact is always that there are going to be mines around. Whether it be explosive mines, gas mines, pyro mines, any of that. There's 3 mines that I already mentioned about, and they can even have canisters with turrets. So I think teams in that first attack approach had to change a little bit. Let's see if level 100 have managed to do that now. Whereas David, as of now, the deadly weapon, the sniper, big damage. Can he find the kill? And yes, he finds the elimination, and that's going to be a big opportunity. Again, defense feeling good on the start, but defense immediately get traded out, make it actually a double as they lose 2 of theirs. Attack looking strong in this 4v3.
Slowly the defense is being penetrated. The jump pad is active. SR84, that was a good pick with the sniper, and that's what you really need whenever you see. Oh, the shields are activated, as you can see. Once again, the damage is getting soaked up. SR84 is not going to be that effective for now. Defenders are pushing in, but where's the decryption key? Still out there. Oh, the chaos prevails. Defenders are falling. 2 more down. The hindsight is basically a 3v4 equation now. Now it's a 3-1. Pyro nades coming in, cloaking is still activated.
Shot.
Goes in for the shot, but he missed it. But finally, that means the connection eliminated that particular guy. But he has to fall back. Not gonna happen because you are a squishy one. You are the light build, and of course, on a light build, you have to be fast. You have to be quick. You have to be deceptive. But if that's not the case, that's exactly what is going to happen. You are going to get eliminated.
Attackers had 2 heavies. It's tough. But right now, let's quickly talk about the terminal points. It's going to be the cubicles and the shed. I really enjoy seeing cubicles being a terminal spot because you can set up a lot of dangerous traps, but also for the defenders, you can hide in corners. But once you get into attack, it just becomes a little more deadlier for the defenders to retake. Now, we've already seen the defenders go completely weak in that previous round. They looked completely whitewashed even after that opening sniper kill. Let's hope this time they make sure that their forces are actually together rather than separated in the previous round.
I mean, that's the beauty of the finals because you do have 2 terminals to guard, and we don't really know until the attack comes through which particular side is going to get attacked. And at that point, yes, you can be a little bit confused, you can be a little bit disorientated. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to. Now, as we can see, the play looks interesting. Okay, let's see if it is going to be fruitful or not. But yeah, the damage is coming through. The AK shots missed a lot initially, but finally were able to land a few shots onto the individual player. But here comes the medium build. Excellent. Oh, that was phenomenal. And Arius, that was a beautiful, beautiful takedown coming through. 1 good elimination already. Attackers once again are failing, but this is the beauty of this map, or should I say the game finals, because you can mold the whole site in your way if you do have the right means in your favor. But currently it's 4v3. Attackers once again are taking a toll onto the defenders. They are constantly penetrating the site, but still the decryption has to happen.
This is the last round. Level 100 Gat. They've again taken a man advantage. Looks like they might have another. Danger killer right now. Did get spotted from a turret, had to back down from the roof, but in the meantime, Paddox, he spotted red dots. Can he finally find the blow? He goes in with the Lewis gun. He spots 2 of them. Damage being done, but it's not going to be enough to find a elimination. Attackers still feeling better, but finally brought down to a 2v2 situation. YOLO looking forward to where his teammates are, but he is YOLO for now, as is the opponent. iFlix on the light.
He had saved the day in the first round. Can he do it again with the throwing knives in his hand?
Spotted.
Has to shut down the opponent. The opponent has been spotted, but from the back, there you go. The throwing knives are going to be effective. Defenders eliminated the attacking team. That means level 100 are once again leveling up as they do have the lead. And
No,
now
it's
the
Lethal
half time.
Force.
That means the sides, yeah, Lethal Force, but the sides are actually going to get switched right now. So Lethal Force were the defenders, now going to attack on the hindsight. Level 100, they will be defending. Let's see if they're going to be efficient at it or not.
Round switch after 3 rounds of a half. Sorry, side switch after 3 rounds of a half, and now it's time for attack. Lethal Force, can they continue this lead, or is it going to be an equalizer coming in from a level 100 gap? 2 heavies from a Lethal Force, and that has been lethal for the side of level 100. Let's hope this time their defense is going to be stronger compared to their attack. The setups were better. We did see a lot of explosives coming in from their end, and their heavies actually were very heavy to take down, and that is the reason I feel like level 100 had a little bit of a tough time fighting against Lethal Force.
Well, let's see if this is going to be one of those rounds where once again level 100 is going to pick up the pace. The turret has been set up, and that's the beauty. You can use your gadgets, your specializations. We will try to explain all of that along the way, but for now, the round has been initiated. This is the round 4 as we talked about it initially.
Still
And for
sniper
now,
on
taking
David.
the advantage, taking the height advantage is going to be even more important. As you rightly said, the snipers are going to be effective. We have seen SR84 plays in the first half, but lately, the trigger discipline, the patience that has been shown, something interesting. A lot of medium builds have been utilized as well. I think only a single light build is there from both the sides. You do have the mines being attacked. Oh, there goes the shot. He connects. But it is basically a 1v2 equation. David soaks up a bit of a damage, but still right there to efficiently get the rounds in their favor.
Call's been done, and now they're looking forward to attacking. Oh, there's another sniper on roof. David manages to dodge it. Thankfully, evasive dash uses all of it to get to the other side of the roof, whereas Aura falls down of his own, trying to chase the other light. But let's see where the sniper versus sniper battle eventually unfolds. But for now, YOLO has opened up, but the dematerializes and checking through the roof
the
if
launcher.
somebody came to plant. But Paradox lost, and now down to 98. His health will regenerate back to 150. That's the new update. That's for the heavy. In the meantime, attackers, that's going to be Lethal Force. This is the first opening and also the first round of this second half. But immediately Lethal Force bringing back to a 4v4.
But the part is, they don't have the time to go for the decryption key and eventually start the decryption. And I think this is going to be an easy win for the defenders. I
level
don't
100.
feel that it's not going to be one of those equations where the attackers are going to get something crucial out of it, because they took a lot of time trying to anticipate and trying to open up. And that's exactly where it costed them this round. So yes, we do have the equalizer already.
Yeah, I think they took a lot of time in terms of methodically approaching, figuring out if it's the right one or they should do something different. But I think time waits for no one. That's something that our parents even have taught us, and I think that's a wise saying for Lethal Force, who had to follow up. They did look good, even though they lost the first, but then immediately equalized. They were nowhere close to the terminals, and that was a big problem, a very huge one. Let's see this time what they're able to do. Level 100 Gyat, they are putting up a tough defense. They're not giving them space, they're not giving them any fights, and therefore it's making life even harder for the side of Lethal Force, who had a better first half on defense, now aren't finding the round on attack.
Oh wait, the what? First round, so let's not give it to them. But they were
Nobody was at A
side, and eventually the decryption has started. Not a lot of time right now, and as you can see, the setups are being made by the attackers. This could be very interesting. The medium is pushing in, launcher being utilized. There goes one. It's 4v5 already, but the push is there. AK scans are coming through. Oh my god, the chaos, the gas cans being bursted out. That's amazing. Mines are still allocated. iFlix, what will he do? Has got the throwing knives in his hand. The specializations, the gadgets that he can utilize is going to be immense. It's 1v3 already. The attackers are doing a great job, and the last man also falls. Yeah, there you go. One more crucial round in the favor of Lethal Force, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, beautiful win.
I have no clue what this play was coming in from Lethal Force, of nobody being at A, leaving A completely uncontrolled. And look at what just happened. They lost the lead in the previous round. It came down to an equalizer. Now a lead has been taken over by level 100 Gyat, and level 100, all they have to do is win one more round in this best of threes first map, and if they do, first map is under wraps, and then we jump into the second one, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be even more troublesome. Right now towards the construction site we do have one terminal, and on the other end is going to be all the way towards those jump platforms that people have to use to get to the second terminal. Let's see who makes the best use of it. Aura on the sniper. This is the most interesting crane and a sniper battle that we would like to see, but you can see how interesting and maneuvering are the attack from level 100. They're going through the buildings, making sure that the sniper sees no daylight of the attack coming in, but eventually they had to move out of the building, but he still can't find a connection because they're maneuvering around the walls edges, but he holds an opening right now. This is his best opportunity. One shot and he finds the light 150 kill coming in from him. What a play from Aura.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. iFlix have saved the day for a lot of rounds. But the light has been taken down, as you rightly said. Not a very good scenario for the attackers. I think once again we are going to see that close cutthroat competition, but another shot. This time it's a whiff. The connection is not going to be there. Decryption key has been taken. Finally he connects a bit. But that was a medium build. Let's see what happens next. Oh, through the crane, he is getting every single inside. He's just being the all-seeing guy, getting all the info that he needs. But the connections, I mean, if you are playing on a sniper, you have to be effective, man.
Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest opportunities Aura had over there, but also I have no clue what Lethal Foes were doing over there. Running right around the sniper's play area, big mistake. But right now Eluka gets hit big time. I think that was maybe from the rocket launcher. Instant snap outs of players from the Lethal Force, and one by one everybody is getting decimated, and Lethal Force bring back the round to a 3-3. They didn't even lose one of the players. It felt like the utils, the gadgets were just exploding anywhere they treaded their foot towards the terminals, and kaboom, round's done. Now it's time to decide. 3-3 final round.
The tiebreaker. This is a round which is going to tell us who's going to win the first game, who's going to win the Sky Division. Is it Lethal Force or level 100 Gats? Let's see. Let's wait and watch. As you can see, attackers, they are trying to push in once again. I mean, the previous round was kind of interesting, the way they were trying to like formulate and go ahead and get some good picks. It was working out initially, but after iFlix got taken down, everything was just snowballing out of their hands. Yeah, we can see the turret being established at A, and obviously when you are actually the heavy build from your particular team, you need to go ahead and get the side construction done so that you have all different angles to play with, the jump pads being allocated. So different angles has to be created. You have to open up the whole site. As an attacker, you also want to do the same. But then again, as we can see, the defenders are doing a great job at it. They're guarding both the sides this time. It's not going to be one of those rounds where they're going to get a sneaky decryption started. So yeah, that's good.
Level 100 Gyat, they know what mistake they've done, but right now reading it right, that the attack is heading towards the mansion. Mansion was already kind of all destroyed with a couple of walls, and they know now the opening on the mansion is going to be better. The key's been thrown. YOLO has spotted the player on roof. In the instant, the call was good. They find the opening, make it a double opening with the defenders not losing anybody. Portal's been taken, jump pad used from YOLO. He is chasing them, not sparing anybody to survive, and great play coming through with the information relayed, but somehow the defenders lose one but make it another as defenders lose their second. YOLO tried his best now with his position detected, and another going down, but it's quick exchanges. YOLO has to win this duel. He brings it down to a 2v1. Defenders level 100 have a chance.
Oh, they don't. The final one has been taken down. The tough shells, that means level 100. They are going to win. Lethal Force, they did everything from their corner that was possible, but the last one was just out wide open and got taken down. This is round 2, match number 2.1. But yeah, the win is there in the favor of level 100 Cat, as they have done a good job at it. And Lethal Force, on the hindsight, they started in a very good way. I mean, they had some good, decent rounds in their favor in the first half, but in the second half, when they were attacking, at that point, they struggled quite a bit. Specifically,
level 100
about the sniper placement. I guess that was amazing. Yeah, go on.
It was amazing. I think information being relayed, and you saw YOLO already letting them know that the attack is towards Mansion, and we were talking about it. YOLO's information was very crucial, but we did have a situation where the defenders lost their numbers very quickly, right? In an instant,
Yeah.
as YOLO entered, two of the defenders were vanished. And then it almost came down to YOLO winning that head-on duel with a medium in front, and thankfully does win it. If that did not happen, the fight could have been a 1v2 against the defenders, and attackers could have closed it. That could have been our lethal force. Now, lethal force, I am not too sure what happened. Their defense looked great, they were really good, and they were the ones who had two heavies. But it looked like they were not using those heavies to the best. Those builds are the most crucial. I did even see a charge shield. I did even see I think maybe I didn't see a dome coming in from them. All these gadgets could have maybe used even maybe a flamethrower, right? In close-up angles, flamethrower is very hell ravishingly good. So I think that's something that maybe they could look forward to in the upcoming game, because this is not done right. It's a best of 3.
Yeah.
Now Lethal Force have gone down a map. They still have a chance to come back in the next map. We will see if that works, and it is their map. Lethal Force have picked up Monaco. Now let's see if Monaco works, but I want to know, what do you think about this first game itself? So close, so entertaining, and it felt like it was still anybody's game.
I just have to add one more point. So close, so entertaining, but yet at the same point so informative, because all those individuals who have not yet played the game, or who are like trying to dive into the action of the finals, you got to see the 7 rounds. Every single round was there, be it the attacking half or the defender half for one particular team. You got to see everything in that particular scenario. Even the tiebreaker came through. So I think this was a very informational game coming in from both the sides, and very close one, to be precise, for sure. Yeah, I would like to agree on that note. But yeah, as you rightly said, the heavy builds were not that effective in this particular matchup. I mean, you have to play a role, and then you have to execute flawlessly. We got to see the light build being very, very effective, be it from YOLO's perspective or from iFlick's perspective, because iFlick, with the knives that he had, the throwing knives, he was effective in, I guess, at least 3 to 4 rounds. He was clutching it away for the team. On the hindsight, when it comes to YOLO with the snipers, yes, he missed a bit, but that information, I think that's one of those important aspects of the game. For now, we will be waiting for the second game, but even before that, a short break will be queuing in, so stay tuned, we'll be back.
Welcome back to the Finals Community Cup. We were seeing a matchup between Level 100 Gyat versus Lethal Force. I really like saying Gyat. I don't know if they're going to be moving ahead, but I will look forward to talking about it later down the line. But it was an interesting start. Level 100 Gyat did get the first. Lethal Force, they were closer than ever. But can they make it happen in their own map, which is Monaco Raider?
It is going to be interesting. I mean, they went to the tiebreaker. That means they were close enough, but not close enough to win the title in their favor for the first game. But then again, close enough to put up a very strong competition and go to the tiebreaker. So for that reason, I think yes, there is a good possibility that when they will come into their own map pick, they will bring something different. So for that reason, let's go with Lethal Force.
Let's hope they bring something new, because if they don't, it is going to be tough. They did have two heavies, and whenever talk to players, right, in general, they do say it is not the likeliest to play heavy on terminal attack because he's slower, and if he's not closer to your teammates, then your teammates are the first to fall, and he'll be left all alone with his movement speed being super low. So I think that's the problem that we see with heavies and that they have to work with. And right as of now, we are going to be getting into the map video. You saw the problem that was there is because Lethal Force had to work on it. Now Lethal Force, what can they do on Monaco is what we'll be waiting for. They did have those two heavies that they kind of tried to figure things out with, but I think in terminal attack, having a lot more mediums is going to give you a lot of experimental chances or a lot more survivability chances, because with mediums you bring in a lot more utils compared, meaning gadgets. You might put down mines, you might put down turrets, you might have a dematerializer to completely change the paradigm of the game itself, like break open the walls which are not even a wall anymore. Maybe a charge and slam coming in from a heavy. It all depends on what kind of synergy you hold with your teammates. But yeah, the first map was done. It was close, and maybe I think we should kind of make our seatbelts tightened up, because Raider, we might be having a flight to the third map as well if this continues.
I would love to go for there, man, because of course, if you see level 100, they did a fun job in the first game, no doubt in that. But now Lethal Force in their own map pick could be even more efficient. And talking about the terms that you were talking about, like basically bringing in a little bit more of medium builds into the picture with those gadgets with like Guardian Turret, and also along with that, if you go for Glitch Trap or even for jump pads, you can be very efficient. You can relocate yourself from one place to another. So for those reasons, I think yes, medium build is something which can work. But looking at the builds, well, they do have two, if I'm not wrong, heavy builds, two mediums and one. That means Aura is going to play on the light. Once again, we are going to see something interesting coming through the whole scenario. So let's wait and watch how it all happens.
Two heavies here. This time no mediums at all coming in from Lethal Force. Let's see how it works for them. It is going to be interesting. We were just talking about this, the mediums. And now what level 100 Gyat have done here is they've decided to go on attack on Monaco. They're like, let's not think about defense from the start. We'll go on attack mode, win rounds there, and then look forward to defending. So I just hope this doesn't ruin the mindset of Lethal Force. Lethal Force again, David, as we see, it is trustworthy. Sniper, iFlix with his throwing knives. Let's see how that works. iFlix, I'm pretty sure, is not going to be happy with that first, but oh, the key's been spotted. That's a big one. But David has been missing a lot of it. The first connection is on a heavy, and you doing damage to a heavy doesn't matter for the team. If it's a medium and a light, then they have to be worried. They lose a lot of health because of the sniper shot.
Yeah, you have to be efficient with your plays, because if you miss a lot of shots, I mean, you can still give the info, and it does feel like that iFlix on that live build is not going to survive a lot. Okay.
I had to use the Vanishing Bomb.
Vanishing Bomb was utilized, but eventually falling back is going to be even more important. And as we can see, a few more interesting shots. It's 5v3 already. And yeah, there you go. YOLO has been eliminated, but won't go far, as we'll get to see one more elimination right out there. Attackers with 3 individuals still left. They're still trying to maneuver around. There you go, one more getting picked off. iFlix getting destroyed, and the very first round is already there.
Lethal Force didn't even get to plant, and they just decrypted the defense. This time the terminals are walkway as well as Villa. Attack initially were the first ones to be spotted, but they were the ones who were able to close without even getting closer to the terminals. I think this is something Lethal Force have to think about. We are the defenders. They need to get to the terminals. We are the ones who have mediums on our entire build. And why are we going into attack mode?
Yeah, we can't like really overcome it at this moment. On the hindsight, when you talk about level 100 Gyat, yes, they have done a fun job. They've started in a good way. They've already got that initial pick. Vanishing Bomb in the hand. He's waiting. If somebody shoots him, he can easily utilize this Vanishing Bomb and go forward. Come out in a clear space. But as we can see, once again, taking their time, having that patience. iFlix on the other corner, the game changer is still out there with the throwing knives in his hand. He's also looking forward to do something interesting at this point, I would like to say that. But this is the round 2. Lead is still there in the favor of attackers. But the decryption key is getting closer and closer to the B site on the villa.
He's already entered the villa. And there you go. Decryption started. Mistake. Lethal Force did this once and this is the second time. But oh no, what was this? I was almost about to be taken down by a gas mine. Now there's been a sonar. They've been detected. Attack have actually gotten the decryption started, but the sniper through the window tried and yes, actually finds the one. Nice rocket launcher coming in from Buzzworld. Damage been done but not a elimination, so they still have a long way to go. The number is equalized for now. Oh wow.
Let's go with
Grapple.
already defenders.
There's a dome.
Healing.
Sledgehammer, let's see if it works. And whereas we've seen Buzzworld, his teammates are finishing everybody up and Buzzworld eventually clears it off with a sledgehammer coming through. That's going to be round 2. And right as of now, it is a level 100 Gyat winning it. And looks like they are getting to none other than the next round.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all they need is just 2 more rounds in their favor. But they would like to have a 3-0 equation in the first half so that they can control the larger picture in terms of the second half as well. So the preparation time is about to be over, and as we can see, they're just getting ready to go for another round, go for another attack. And the beauty of this particular map is because you have a lot of buildings, you can actually infiltrate those and try to be a little bit more sneaky when it comes to their rotations, and that's exactly what attackers, that means 700 Gyat, is trying to do. They're just trying to evade those crane shots coming through, but ooh, the connection is going to come through. We had a guy on the roof. That's exactly where David was able to get that initial connection. But will he find more? That's what we want to know.
Sonar, not detecting anybody as of now. Last round here for level 100 Gyat. To get the third on board. Spotted defenders, they see the key, they see the players all using the jump pad, running across the roof, heading towards Terminal A. Using the shield as of now and then backing off. Call's been done, letting where the attack is been headed. As of now, David, after letting them know about the rotation, is still waiting for his opportunity. The first opening has been found from the defense. Aura gets shot from far. He decides that there's a sniper on a roof, spots him and decides to jump inside a building. For now, Aura is safe, but attackers, they're still not safe in converting this round because they're in a man disadvantage.
Ooh, the decryption has already started. Now this is where things can go south.
How does this keep
Let's see if they're
happening?
gonna win this. Ooh. Well, the damage is coming through. The AK shots from this medium build is coming through, but the sledgehammer!
Wow.
That was just way more efficient. The attackers might just fail for now. Oh, it is down to one man standing right now. Last guy. But he still is effective, and that's Aura if I'm not wrong. But yeah, there you go. It's done, guys. The throwing knives, once again being the effective one. And from here, I guess you have to go for the decryption to stop.
Yeah. They will
It's
get
gonna be
the
done
round
easily.
1 for at least moving ahead. Lethal Force at the halfway do switch with one round under their bag, but it's not going to be enough. Now the defense switches. Lethal Force mistakes have been done. 2 times we've seen the terminal being decrypted without any intervention, but our level 100 Gyat going to be giving them a same chance. Right as now, it's going to be Residence and Church as defenders are going to be level 100 Gyat.
Alright, level 100 Cat already on the lead. This could be equalizing round for Team Lethal Force, but only if level 100 Cat is going to give them that space. Yeah, 2 minutes and 9 seconds are waiting for us on the different side once the barrier goes off, and yeah, decryption key in the hand. Attackers going in from the rooftop. I don't know if this is a very wise choice, because if you are there on the rooftop and if there is a sniper on the crane, he's going to easily shut you down, or either get that info to their teammates. That way the relocation is happening. And as we can see, the team is going in a sync. There is nobody who is bifurcated in their approach. Everybody is just going through the buildings. but the audio cue is something that is being released. Barrier mesh, every single thing has been so far utilized. They're making sure that they get the better part of it. Stairs have been completely blocked off, but the sonar grenade has been utilized and the detection of these individuals have been done. Rocket launcher is also in the hands, and the hit is going to be, if I'm not wrong, on the B side, on the A side, I believe.
Holding off for now, but finally with the rocket launcher and a flamethrower jumps out through the window to meet with his teammates, and now Aura has spotted an opponent. Elimination comes through. That's the defense we've been talking about. Level 100 Gats start with the advantage, make it the advantage as they drop 3 of their players. Attackers have only 2. Lethal Force, can he bring back their force? Buzzworld, he seems to be in a fight, but he wins it, and it's going to be one last attacker, and they've been spotted. Aura has his trustworthy SMG, but throwing knives, that's going to be iFlix on the other end. He also survives, uses the evasive dash, whereas on the other end, Buzzworld, he's holding with a sledgehammer. He knows they are close. Aura ex-con. He used the vanishing bomb to survive, but now falls from the roof. iFlix converts on one, but he sees the flamethrower right behind him, trying to run away, but will not manage to do so. That's going to be the third for level 100 Gat. 1 round away from closing not just this map on Monaco, but the whole series in a 2-0.
This could be a quick one. This could be indeed a 2-0 equation, as level 100 Gyat, they are just being unformidable at this point. They are just being effective. And the way they were able to defend that particular A side was quite phenomenal. The decryption was about to get started. Okay, the goo walls. That's interesting. Way too early. All in all, I guess...
It was just a canister opened up. Not much to be worried about. But for now, it is about the 2 rounds of a disadvantage that our attackers have. What do they do? In game they have big splash, but this lethal force of a splash is not working in favor. It is the level 100 Gat who are winning as of now. And look at the setups that they have. We spoke about the heavies. The 2 heavies this time that level 100 Gat have is working really well for them.
Alright, they are trying to breach, trying to get that entry. The sonar grenades have been effective so far. The pyro grenade, let's see if it finds some value out of it. The Griffin key is still at bay. They're trying to once again maneuver around the turret and also the barrier mesh that is activated by heavies. That is going to be effective for them. Look at it, soaking up all the damage. And here comes the elimination. Does sound excellent. They're still aiming for the same angle. They're still looking forward to get more and more picks.
I have no clue.
Oh my god, the dome has been activated as well. It's already a 4v4.
No clue why that fight was taken, and now surrounded. Yaluka has the key in front. Finally tries to chase a player who was hitting the reload, but is being chased as well. Finally they managed to find that defender, but instantly get traded out. It is a 2v3 situation. Attackers in a tough spot. Gas surrounded in all directions. Doxer, who gets back on his good health, tries to fight but ends up going down. So it's back to the defenders. 2v2. Paradox has spotted them. The call's been made. It's going to be the heavies who are trying to run. The miss of that goo, but right now with the sledgehammer tried the best, but the light's gonna have a better damage. Now Chase coming in with the flamethrower. Aluka, the last one surviving, just has 10 points of health. The key's been spotted, but where is this last player from the attack? Paradox, one person can make it all, and he spotted the player, has a rocket launcher. He sends the rocket launcher, kaboom, and with that level 100 Gat, they win the series 2-0.
I mean, that's one way to shut your opponent down, with a rocket launcher straight on the face, straight on the cranium. That's amazing. What a play from these lads of Level 100 Grad. The very first match of this Community Cup was absolutely amazing. I mean, this was indeed one of the quickest one that we have seen so far. I mean, the first game was close in the Sky Division, but Monaco, in their own pick, Lethal Force, they have been shot down very efficiently by Level 100 Grad. What a way to win.
You saw it was the rocket launcher which obliterated the competition of Lethal Force, and there was only Lethal Force for themselves, not against them or not to their opponents, and that's the reason we end up seeing this first series coming to an end. But this was round 2's game 1 that you guys were watching, so there is still a lot more matchup for the day left, and simultaneously they were happening as we speak. So next match, I think we should be jumping into the round 3 games. So by the end of I would say today and Sunday, we are going to be getting our top 2 contenders, because imagine, as we said, 32 teams are right now fighting in a best of 3 fight. Round 1 matches, mostly all of them were done before you get to see this action on live stream, and now round 2
Yep.
matches have started. And round 2 matches, as one of them have gotten over, we will be lining up a lot more for them, because as we said, this weekend is going to be filled with the finals action in front of your screens. And for people, I've heard with them telling me that no, heavies don't work, heavies are a little tough to play on terminal attack, has a lot of health, movement speed is so low. Level 100 Gat just showed you how to make use
Just look
of
at them.
heavies, how to work with your team. And even in a 1v2 situation, it was the heavy who clutched that out, found the first on the roof, jumped across into another roof, and then used the rocket launcher to shoot an opponent right on their face. And that's how the first victory came underway. But this was just, I think, them getting control of the competition, right? Whereas on the other end, Lethal Force did try to make it a little sweaty, but with the numbers being a little ahead, or knowing what kind of utils they have in terms of gadgets, rocket launchers, or the specialization that they have, or the close range weapon they have, the strategy was a little better for level 100 Gat. Lethal Force,
Agreed.
unfortunate, they are going to be out of the competition for now.
Yeah, for now they are done and dusted. But remember, Split 2 is waiting. So maybe they are going to register over there and get themselves back into the action. But talking about level 100 Gyat, the way they played, especially that heavy at the end, was something amazing. I mean, it all started with the flamethrower on the roofs, then utilizing the barrier mesh and also utilizing that rocket launcher at the end was pretty interesting. I mean, you can play onto the weapons that you had, but I guess playing on the gadgets, playing on your specializations is also an art. And in the finals, you have to go with it. You have to go with that particular scenario where you have to utilize every single advantage that you might have in the game. And that's exactly where this guy was just phenomenal. That's how level 100 GAD were able to close the series in their name. Now, of course, they have qualified to the next particular round, but then again, for Lethal Force, I guess that learning curve is not going to stop. So I would like to, I guess, give them a big ups. In the first game, yes, they were phenomenal. They were quite close into the competition, but in the second one, I think when they were trying to defend, they failed miserably. All because of the way the decryption was getting started. I mean, they were not having even a single clue of that equation where their particular sites were taken. The decryption was already started, and then they tried to relocate. And at that point, already the setup of that particular site was done. We'll talk about all of those things, guys. But for that, we will have a short break, and after that, we'll be back to see what happens next.
back. We were just done with one match of round 2. We still have a lot more to go. As we promised, there's a lot more action left for the day. We still have 4 more matches, Raider. How do you feel about that? One is done. And do you think there's dominating or is going to be close-cut games coming forward?
I think it is going to be one of those equations where the close cutthroat competition is going to be there. Yes, there might be certain one-sided dominations coming to the picture, but I still feel that the close cutthroat game is going to be there because every single individual team is just trying to figure out what is happening, and in that particular scenario, your aim game is going to be quite on point. And I guess in that manner, fans of Kyoto and Las Vegas already. Now, we do have the pick coming in by Marcos. Okay, let's talk about the teams first of all. Marcos and Revon. These are the two teams that are coming into the picture, and we have the very first map as the Skyway Stadium, exactly like the previous one. Skyway Stadium, then Monaco, and after that, the decider will be Cis Horizon.
I always keep calling the Skyway Stadium a Skywalk Stadium. Because you kind of have opportunities to keep the battle on the roofs, trying to jump around the sky itself. But yeah, let's see how that goes, as Marcos will be attacking to start things off. Reven will be attacking on Monaco, and we are going to be ending on Cis Horizon. There might not be cha-ching in this matchup, but there is still going to be neon lights. But we have to go to decider for that, Raider. After Las Vegas, I think another map that I do enjoy watching is going to be Cis Horizon. So at least there is Cis Horizon in the mix, is for the reason I'll feel happy about that. But we have to go to the third map. Do we go between Revon Esports versus Team Marcos? We have to wait and watch. Now Marcos did pick Skyway Stadium. What do they do on that? We spoke about that. They're going to be starting on an attack. Do you think attack is a wise choice, or rather go for Revon's chance of defense?
I mean, if you know what the game is all about, if you know your strategies, if you know your builds, I think attack is going to be a wise choice so that you can maintain that pressure from the get-go. But if you don't, I think you should sit back, relax, and go for the defender role and then plan out your attack along the way. That can be the case, but anyway, guys, the game is going to get started pretty soon. This is the second game so far of round 2, and the Skyway Stadium is upon us. And as we go down, Marcos and Revon, both of them would be trying their level best to get the better out of it. And looking at the builds, well, we do have 1 heavy, 2 light, and 2 mediums. This is interesting for me.
Let's wait and watch of how this is going to unfold, because this is not going to be the type of game that you would like to enjoy or witness or take on, because lights coming across, mediums on board, and it is not something that you would enjoy. But for now, we have to sit back and watch, because we do not have much to work on between these two teams. But we will, now that the game is underway. Attack starting off is going to be Marcos. What can they do?
Well, they first of all have to find a way to go to the terminals. That's what they can do. But the timer is going off, the barriers are going to go off. Rocket launcher in the hand, look at him going all in. But on the hindsight, when it comes to the defenders, they are trying to set up the whole side with those canisters. And on hindsight, 1 heavy is also there. That is Cryptomaniac, has got a M60 to play with. Charge and dash, my favorite specializations to talk about when it comes to a heavy build. I love the way he just pushes in and eventually shuts down every single equation. The charge and dash is one of those amazing specializations that are very effective. But from there, we have the wall being created, the turrets are being appointed. But as we can see, they are trying to still go with the canisters. Attackers still moving in slowly. But they have made that entry. I believe the pre-charge is going to get utilized pretty soon. It's 5v5 for now, but here comes the first pick. The gas can was utilized over there. It's 4v4 for now. Down to 4 individuals from both the sides, but there is one more destruction coming in. The flame thrower has been utilized, and it's basically 1v3. The dome shield was quite effective so far, but Mr. Hemsworth is going to be the last one standing for now. Has to go for a 1v3. Can't do it that easily. It's just not going to happen. Yes, you are indeed the heavy build. But at the end, even heavy is going to be low in terms of his HP, because he's down to 180.
Do they know his position? That's what I'm wondering. Mr. Hemsworth was close to all the chaos, but right now he is lingering around in different spots. There was the health bar that he did spot from the other team, but I think Mr. Hemsworth did not spot that. He's hearing the sounds. As of now, does have a mesh shield.
Oh, what?
And no other util. For a second,
I
I was.
pick up the key.
Yeah, he missed. He took up the gas canister, but now, oh, a charge and slam coming through. Can he survive this? He cannot. There's
Uh,
just too many forces of defense, and with that first round, that's going to be Rewon taking it.
Interesting. The defenders, they are prevailing. Skyway Stadium is off to a very good start, and as we can see, the attackers, I mean, to be honest, at this moment, I just have to say this one thing, that they were a little bit bifurcated. Initially, yes, they went all in, but at the end, when we got to see like Mr. Hemsworth being on the back ends, you have to be the guy who has to charge in front so that he can absorb a lot of damage with the barrier meshes and other specializations that he has got. Even the flamethrower could have been very effective initially in order to like break open and eventually get some initial picks. But the fact that they do have some lights also in their favor, I think that is something which is going to be even more scary to watch. Let's see if it is going to work or not.
Last time, attackers did open up strong. Marcos were able to kind of look like they almost got that round, but eventually the exchanges were very brutal, and defenders, Rewon did get that first victory for themselves.
Right.
But now, Rewon, can they find another? We see flamethrower again with Mr. Hemsworth. Killer. Nice setup coming in from him. It's going to be very tough to enter the shed. They know they want to get in, but there is one player holding the corner. Cryptomaniac felt like he might have spotted somebody at the edges, but it's nobody that we can see. Looks just to be their same teammates. Glitch trap, caught with it, a nice positioning of it, finally destroyed, but doesn't seem to be that there are any more defenders here. But however, as the defenders are getting closer to the terminal, there have been exchanges. Defenders have been dropped to their third.
Well, it's not looking that good. The barrier mesh being activated. And he is moving forward, absorbing all those damages. They need to get that decryption key and eventually go for a decryption. That was a good play on Cryptomaniac. Cryptomaniac was trying to
defenders.
fall back, but it was never that fruitful. Look at those AK shots from this medium hamster. Efficient and finally valuable as well, I believe. Oh, he still misses, but finally gets the last bullet on point. And yeah, there you guys. Already an equalizing stand.
I think he was running with a charge and slam, but can't help. He ran again through the door into the walls, and therefore the shots did get missed. But I feel like right is now immediately of how they lost the first, they were able to accelerate into getting the second round with an equalizer. Now it's time for the last round of this first half. Rewon and Marcos at this point are at 1-1. Rewon on the defense and Marcos on the attack for this last round.
Let's see. The first half is underway. Well, they are setting up the perimeters. That's good for them. But how effective are they going to be? Because look at the attackers. They're already pushing in. But these are the few important things that you can do in the beautiful game of the finals, that you can change the dynamics of the game. You can destroy those grappling hooks. You can destroy those ropes so that nobody can easily come up onto the top and shut you down. Obviously, there are certain other paths that the attackers are also going to utilize, but then you can minimize the opportunity for the opponent. And that's exactly what this guy is trying to do. Look at him being set up on top. Killer X11 has spotted, but there are not just one, but multiple players coming through. Rocket launcher being utilized. Evasive dash. He has to fall down, but won't survive a lot, I believe. Yeah, he gets evaporated.
But quickly traded out back to a 4-4 situation and a chase with the flamethrower. Defenders are falling one after another. Attack seems to be heavy in this, but the chase coming in from Mr. Hemsworth. He is chasing, doesn't care if there's a dome. He just tries to completely obliterate the competition and successfully does so. And now his teammates have also put in his fight into converting this into one last player surviving, and defender, one last player with a submachine guy. What can he do? Nice beaming coming in from him. Gets one. Gets it to a 2-1 situation, but is playing with a grappling hook, so cannot do much when there's an evasive dash of a light coming in front of his face. And with that, the end of the half in favor of the Marcos as the sides switch.
The start is good for them. Marcos definitely doing the heavy lifting for now. Getting a lot of rounds in their favor. But remember, as you rightly said, the sides have been switched as we go down to the round 4. 2 of those rounds that were taken in their favor were quite good. I mean, the way they approached was quite interesting. But now, of course, they have to defense. They have to go for the defense. So I believe the setup is going to be equally important. They do have, if I'm not wrong, 3 mediums. So that setup is not going to be that, I guess, difficult. they can go with some good measures in their favor, some shields to play along with, some turrets, some mines, and also the sonar grenades at the end with the light bills can be very efficient so that you can get that info of where the players are. But once again, a little bit more calculative approach is going to come through from Revan as well. The heavies are going up front. This is a good approach. I believe the heavies have to be up front so that they can tank up that damage that the other party is going to dish onto them.
Yeah, last time you were
But you have
seeing,
to
right,
be
when
in
that
close proximity. Yeah.
when that heavy was running away, instead of taking a battle, the other heavy with the flamethrower was able to do damage and find the elimination.
Exactly.
And I think that is the reason eliminations, when happening, the front fighters have to be your heavies, and if they're not, it's going to be troublesome. For now, defenders, Marcos, their sides have been changed. The head is towards the canteen itself. And let's see if the key actually gets an opportunity. Wait, actually moving through canteen towards B side over to the cubicles. Seems like they are about to turn the tides to get back towards the cafeteria. They've lost one, but a quick exchange back to a 4-4.
Indeed. Cutthroat competition is what we are looking at. They're breaking up and they're trying to push in, but there you go. The direction was there and grappling. I think he was trying to evade that particular equation, but it didn't happen. Attackers are failing miserably at this point as they do have a dome activated. The heavy with the flamethrower could have done a lot of damage, but I think he's going to get taken down. Oh, both of them actually got taken down. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Both the heavies were in front of each other, trying to tackle each other, but at the end, it's the attackers. It's Revan, which is on the compromising end. They're still finding a spot to like go for the decryption. They're trying to easily go ahead and get the approach done for the B side probably. That's exactly what they're aiming for, but it's one man standing for now. The last guy. And I think it's highly improbable that he's going to survive at this point. He's a medium
he got spotted.
killer. Yeah.
Oh wait, actually he might have dodged that sonar. I thought they spotted the health bar and he wasn't spotted, but finally the throwing knives, he tries his best, but the damage being higher. It is going to be Team Marcos who get the third. So far Team Marcos have been completely overpowering. Apartment and construction, they are going to be maybe the last round fights that we are going to be seeing from these two teams, Marcos and Revan, for this best of 3 series. This first map was picked up, Skyway Stadium, by Marcos, and they are delivering. They are on their map point for this round.
Well, all they need is just one more round. They are the defenders. I think defenders are one of those comfortable spots that you can easily utilize if you do have the right idea of what you are trying to do and how you can set up. Look at this. The turrets have been set up, the proximity mines. Every single equation that you really want to tackle is already here.
This is a very heavy hold at B compared to A. As you could see, only there was one person. Fear, along with another light, both with SMGs, has slowly creeped up towards B. It is going to be tough. Only 2 lights here. One with a cloaking device. Let's see if he's able to find value, but he's only greeted with walls. On the other end, Max, this is from the defending side. They are finally reuniting at A, checking if anybody's gotten closer at A, but finally a spot. Fear has been seen through the cloak. He's being hit from the cranes, and now what can Fear do? Again uses the cloak, but how far can he go with already more attackers trying to jump in the other direction? So it is these 2 lights who have acted as a distraction, whereas the other attack forces are going in the other direction.
It's going to be very interesting to see how they can infiltrate and eventually get the decryption key onto the terminal and start decryption. But look at these guys, the way they are holding beyond the stairs, patiently waiting so that they can get that insight. With the flamethrower in the hand, the heavy Lucifer is also moving in. Oh, we do have a Lucifer in the game as well, Lucifer.
Yeah, I saw him earlier.
Okay.
It's not me, guys.
Like
it
heavy,
is
heavy,
not me. I'm not on the Revan's team as of now as we are speaking. But as of now, Lucifer is still surviving with his teammates. The numbers have been equalized at a 4-4, and as we spoke about the attack, it is moving towards A. We spoke about it, that it looked like people were there, and you can see there was a glitch being placed, but because of the dome, it has been nullified, and they are about to get the decryption started. Okay, I was a little worried why Cryptomaniac was kind of moving around before getting that decryption started, but finally it does get it. There was a small mini explosion happening, but didn't have to be worried on the attackers. And defense now have to run in for a retake, and they rightfully do so, but get exchanged. The heavies for now are out of battle.
Well, now things can be very tricky for them. Look at this, the gas coming in. Cryptomaniac faltering down, and it all trickles down to one last man, and that's going
And
to be a
it's a
wild
light.
map. He is a light. Yes, exactly. He's a light.
Oh, what?
It's going to be very difficult. What? Why did he walk right into the trap? Oh no, he's down to like 1 HP. One single shot is needed at this moment. I think that can happen. There you go. He has been taken down. But will they be able to like stop the decryption? I think they can.
There's nothing
Oh,
close
they
to
did.
stop the discrimination.
They did.
Oh yeah, they did stop the decryption, but there is no attackers to stop it. And with this, it is
Yeah.
going to be your team, Team Marcos, the first one to win in this best of 3 series.
And I stand corrected. I thought it is going to be a close one, but no, it is not. It is going to be a one-sided domination coming in from Marcos. As the name suggests, they are the Marcos. They are the one experienced team out of the two. And they played flawlessly, to be honest. Yes, they were a single hiccup in the first half. But other than that, they were like in sync when it comes to their attack. They were like having that patience, but at the same point, they knew what they were trying to do. That like they were adamant on the fact that they have to flank out. If they are not able to like get that control of B side, they were just trying to relocate down to A, and it was just so amazing to see how they were just trying to progress along the way. So for that reason, I would like to say Marcos can actually clutch it out with a 2-0.
They've done the first map deed in winning it out, but
Yeah.
now there is still the second and maybe the third, which I'm a little excited if we go to the third one, which is going to be Sister Horizon. But as we said, right, what we favor is not the one that will unfold. It's going to be what the teams would like to. But I think in this map there was a lot of chaos, confusion, but coming up strong was always Marcos. They had a better strategy. Even though the attack were able to put in their key in the last round, it didn't still give them a chance to completely decrypt the terminal. And you could see how well the retake was happening, right? They sent off the heavies to fight off each other, and once the heavies had fought off each other, they knew the numbers are going to be weaker, the damage would have been higher because it was being heavy, with especially the flamethrower doing damage. And in close places, if somebody starts shooting the flamethrower, it is bound to hit damage to other players as well if your teammates are nearby. And with that, Marcos have won the first map. Second map is going to start soon. Don't go anywhere, we're going to cut to a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in our match 2 of round 2. We did see round 2.1 that happened earlier, which were level 100 Gyat won. And now it seems like Team Marcos also want to win a 2-0 fashion. Whether we get a chance or not, we have to wait and watch if Revon will be able to pick their map. What do you think? Are their chances, Raider?
I think they do have a chance if they evolve along the way. Maybe they are going to win that particular map, but it's pretty challenging. Looking at what Marcos was doing, I think every single step that Marcos was trying to go with was pretty much working for them. Like they were pacing out their attack, they were making sure that they go in a very synergized way. The heavies were up front, absorbing all those damages. The lights were trying to come up with the flanks and mediums on the hindsight. When it comes to defense as well, they were setting some good traps so that they can establish a lot of good value out of it. And even in the last round, which happened, I don't know what happened to the last light, but he walked right into the gas, hurting himself.
I think that was just maybe him at the heat of the moment trying to do as best as possible, or he was thinking that the smoke was about to start disappearing. So he kind of gambled over there, tried to tread the path of risk and kind of did not find the rusk. So I think that the first game did not work in their favor, but they still have their own map pick, which we were speaking about. Again, it is going to be Monaco. Now, I'm not too sure if it is going to be the likes of how Lethal Force also picked Monaco, thinking that that map is really good for them. Now it is a similar situation where we are seeing this team, Monaco and Reven Esports. Now Reven haven't actually won one. And for them to win, they have to fight. They have to look forward to finding a different approach, because so far in all the games that we did see, they were outgunned. In the only round that they won was them winning because of exchanges. Immediately, without even wasting any time, they were just exchanging after one another, and that's where the numbers faltered from side of Team Marcos. And if that happens again, maybe there's a chance. But if it's a very strategized approach, which we are continuously seeing from Team Marcos, I don't see much action coming in from Reven Esports. Now, it is only one map that I've seen on, but if it's quick to kind of get to your toes about this discussion, whereas I think Lethal Force at least had a competitiveness to themselves, where we did see the games get a little closer, the matchups coming down to numbers being at a 1-1 or a 2-1 situation. So I think Reven have to get there, and if Reven are able to do it, I think we're going to be happy.
Yeah, definitely. Even when it comes to the combination of the builds, I think at that point they have to work on a lot, because we got to see a lot of lights also coming in the corner, which was not that efficient. But yeah, talking over the right combination, I guess it could be one heavy, 2 to 3 mediums, and one or more lights coming through into the whole scenario. I guess for Monaco specifically, for Monaco, the map that is going to come through, I guess in that particular scenario, this build can really work. The composition of these builds has to be there, and you really have to have a light so that you can go up on the crane and eventually get those all amazing information and those amazing SR84 shots onto the opponents. That is obviously quite amazing to watch. But then again, the barrier match that is going to be there from the heavy has to be there so that you can infiltrate, so that you can enter. The charge and dash is one of my favorite specializations, but then again, it really depends on what individuals love to play with and how they are effective with it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what happens in the map of Monaco.
Yeah, I think Monaco is a map with a lot of possibilities. Now, when we spoke about Skyway Stadium, if you kind of make a bad decision, or if you're at the right edge of a ledge, then you're about to fall down off the map, off the server itself. So it does pose a risk. Whereas I think Monaco is a little where you can be familiar with the territory and then try to play around it, and which does help you out. Yes, there is going to be residences that you would want to take control of. There would be villas that you would want to fight off, and the crane on the construction site again. But for now, we can again see 2 heavies, which quickly immediately gets changed to only 1 heavy, 2 mediums and 2 lights coming in from our attackers.
Alright, the time has come. Redemption has to be there from Reven Esports if they really want to go for a reverse sweep. Otherwise, I don't think so. It's going to be an easy job for them. But yeah, guys, I'm looking forward to see if they're going to be effective or not. But once again, Lucifer is going to be playing onto the heavy build, and the other 2 are going to be mediums. And the final 2 will be the light builds. Interesting approaches, to be honest. But let's see if it's going to be effective. Yeah.
Reven ended the half on attack, and now Reven are starting the half on attack, the second map attack side. Let's see if Reven actually are able to do something, because if they are not, my bad. Reven ended the half on attack on the first map, but they're going to be starting this map on defense, which is almost similar to what happened on the first map itself, where Reven started off on defense and Marcos were on attack. Still good, but right now Fear, he's spotted Can he find the shot? He knows he's seeing the light.
I
If he
think-
finds a connection, he's going to be able to
Yeah.
find an instant elimination. If he doesn't, this is what's going to be happening. Missing a lot of shots. Both the lights connect one sniper shot against each other, dropping them bot to 40. But immediately, exchange. Somewhere on the roof, a wild fight takes place and two players gets exchanged off. So we are back 4v4.
I think Marcos is the one which particularly is actually on the defense right now. So looking at them, I guess it's basically 4v4 equation, but then again they have to relocate a lot in terms of terminals. They have to go to A, they have to go to B, wherever the decryption gets started, they have to like push in over there. But okay, we have the dashes being activated. The SMG is still being effective, as we can see. The connections are being made with the XP54, but he has to evade a bit. HPs are not that comfortable to play with. The smokes are on point. 1 more minute. Slow and steady approach is going to be there from their corner, but they still have 50 plus seconds to work with. And I believe in these moments, things have to change a lot. The decryption key is at bay, so they have to pick it up, go for the decryption. They have spotted where the terminal is, but can they really approach that particular terminal and eventually be safe while going for the decryption? That's what I really want to know, as at this moment we can see that the defenders are keeping a very close watch at it. Last 20 seconds, guys, this is going to be very interesting. Just few seconds left. The defenders, i.e. Marcos, they are making sure that they get the upper hand in this particular scenario. Let's see
Look
if
at
that's
the
gonna be
amount
easy.
of
The glitch
glitch.
trap has been utilized. Yeah,
It's
and
gonna
even
be
the dome.
tough. Oh, all the defenders are here. It is getting tougher for the attackers to get their key in. And it is becoming life difficult as one last player finally falls into the grass. It is again Marcos finding the second round.
Yeah.
Attack did not play out great for Reven Esports. And again, Reven Esports' attack here is also not working out as they intended to. First round did not work out. Now second round, can they find something different? They let the clock run down, but it still did not work out. The setup was so good, and eventually when they saw that the time's ticking and there is nobody headed towards the B terminal, they knew it was a A hit, and you could see the defenders had swarmed it. And now again similar situation. B has been completely taken over with multiple gadgets being surrounded, whereas A is going to be a tad bit weaker, but they've already spotted the key. Hamster has been quick in this. Gas canisters have been broken down on the construction site. They have caused fear. Attackers in trouble. Fear has spotted one, but Fear is the one who got hit with the spear over there, and it did a little chip damage for him.
A bit of a damage is there for sure, but they still are at a very good safe spot, to be honest. They're trying to play on the height advantage areas. They're trying to go for this eagle eye perspective. Key is slowly moving towards them. Oh, they have spotted one. Potentially Hamster can find some crucial picks from here. Let's see if he's going to get something crucial. He's a medium build, has got his turrets already appointed, and as we can see, the infiltration is coming through, and finally there goes the surprise. Look at him shutting down the opponent, but he is still not that close. It's basically 3v5 right now. The last guy is trying to fall back with the evasive dashes, and there comes a jump pad. He's getting up close with the opponents, goes in with the AK shots, connects a bit, but fails to completely shut them down. Has given the information to his teammates, and I guess they can easily relocate from here. And the heavy Mr. Hemsworth, he's right there for the gas canister.
Oh, this sniper is giving a lot of
lovely.
info. Nice hit, eliminates Lucifer, and now he's jumping down. His teammates are also surrounding the attackers. One last attacker, Cryptomaniac, has been blocked off with a glue wall. And finally, it is going to be the players from defense jumping from the above skies, clearing it out. And that's going to be Marcos getting their second. It doesn't seem to be any space for Reven Esports to get or squeeze a single round even between.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I mean, the whole first half, it's already going down, and it does feel like that the whole team of Marcos Esports has got a very good, clear idea. Team Marcos is doing a fun job at this point. They are holding different terminals for sure. Like, they are trying to make sure that at least one of their particular terminals is quite heavily guarded. The other one, maybe it's vulnerable, but they're trying to make sure that the closer one towards the spawn of the attackers is going to be heavily guarded. And at this moment, you can clearly see the glitch trap is being utilized. The turret has been pretty much appointed over here. So the mediums are doing their great job of completely setting up the whole side on the hindsight. individuals like Hamster, who is a heavy, and even not Hamster, but I guess it's Mr. Hemsworth, who is a heavy build. He is out there soaking up the damage, making sure that he gets the info for the team. And Solo and Max also quite low in terms of their HPs, as they are the light ones. They are swift with their movements, but they have to be quick so that they don't get shut down. But they have been detected with the sonars. All right. And so far, 1 minute and 20 more seconds are left, but not even a single approach towards the terminals.
Have been letting the clock run down for a long while now, and it has not been working. And now this is the last round of the half. Going through the buildings, making sure they don't give a hint of where the key is going through, but somehow these defenses are able to sniff out. And look at this, Solo goes in solo, wild, clearing them off. Finally the first defender falls, but the numbers have faltered. Attackers have lost 2, make it 3 as they lose another one, and now life gets even more tougher for Riven Esports, and through the window they're getting spotted as easy as possible. The defenders are stronger than ever. The key is under their control. From the roof, a fight for Max, but Max dodges all of it, runs across, calls for his teammate, and they help out. It's one last attacker, and his positions are known. Everybody's on the hunt for him. The key is under control of the defense. What can this one last player do? Nothing, is what our team Marcos say. A 3-0 clean finish for the first half.
Now, of course, the sides are going to switch. This is the halftime, and I think from here, probably there could be a comeback coming in, because if you see that Marcos is one of those particular teams who are very good with their defense, but they fail in one round, particularly in the previous map, and that too when they were attacking. So maybe in this particular half, when Marcos is attacking, things will be a little bit different. But let's just wait and watch if that's going to be the case or not. Okay, finally the heavy and the mediums, they are also going up on the rooftops. The barriers are going to go off, and from here the attack is going to get built. All Marcos needs is just one good round, and if they get it, well, of course, they will be the winner of this round number 2, and they will be moving to round number 3. That's just something which is not going to be easy, I believe. The defenders, look at them setting up the perimeter. On the B side, we get to see Lucifer, actually on the A, but on the B side, there is nobody really controlling the whole equation. But on the high side, Fear the Jord is actually getting all that info. Goes in for a good shot of SR84, but the connection was not that efficient. Finally, you get to see one of those attackers falling down. So it's now a 5v4 equation. And here comes the detection through the sonars. And from the rooftop, we get to see Wildmap getting evaporated. That was a good play with the medium and AK combination. Amazing, amazing play.
They tried to pick off a light and they were successful. Now they got a chance, Marcos, and they also pick off another light. So it's back to a 4v4 situation. What a nice spot coming in from Hamster through the window. Doesn't win the duel though. But now they decide to change their direction with the key. However, the heavy is sitting tight with them. There was a sniper shot connected. As you can see, Hamster's dropped to 1 point of health. That's going to be tough for him to survive. He has to rest, wait for about 10 seconds, and being a medium, will get back to 125 points of health. There might be still life in the fight. Max in the other time trying to figure out a path. Clears up an opportunity, spots one of the defenders, and that's Lucifer. That's a heavy that they've spotted. This is going to be tough for them. They call their own heavy, and with the assist of others, they clear the heavy off the side. Attack has chance to get the plant in. There are more gadgets that will cause trouble for them as they drop and lose another player. The defenders are not letting them run wild or get the key planted. Decryption is still not started. Attackers have lost another number. It's going to be a 3v2, and Fear the Jord, he's still trying to get another connection in and an elimination and try to stop these attackers from going in. Hemsworth and Acro join forces. It's time to get the decryption in, but there is the players coming in closer and closer. Medium finds one, and there are more players. One last player surviving, hiding, covering, but there's no time left, as this is going to be the first round that the defenders, Team Riven, find.
As I said, I mean, Marcos is very efficient when it comes to their attacks. I mean, sorry, their defense to be precise, but once they start to attack, there are certain vulnerabilities that you have to count in. If you are pushing on a particular side where the defense is quite good, and in this particular previous round, you got to see like a lot of traps were already appointed onto that site. That's exactly where Marcos falter a bit. But now, as I said initially as well, that all they do need is just one good round. But from the hindsight, if you talk about Riven Esports, what they need to get is multiple rounds in their favor so that they can bring up a reverse sweep. And also in the larger picture of a BO3, we already have a conclusion being drawn in the first map, and that was in the favor of Marcos. Once again, slow and steady approach coming in from the attackers. That is one and only team Marcos, but Riven on the other corner, they should not overcome it. They should wait patiently because it could be either a A hit or a B hit, but B is a little bit closer. So let's see if they're going to go for that. But in the previous round, I also saw that Fear the Jord was doing some good damage when it comes to his SR84 shots. And once again, it did the same. Max is down to like barely 10% HP on the hindsight. Yeah, we do have a loss. And it is Fear the Jord. The sniper, the light has been taken down.
Defenders, they're trying to do a good job, but this time they're the ones to have a first blood loss and make it a second. The elimination too early. Attackers seeming overpowered at this point, and what can defenders do? But they can't do nothing as they lose another, and it's down to the last two players. Their position seems to also be compromised as this attack heads towards the A terminal, and the attackers seem confident than ever. Let's hope the defenses work out a nice explosive canister. It doesn't take down the turret, but they still have a weapon on hand, and with that they do take it down. Sonar dropped, detected. One was there, but he ran away immediately. What their decision is, get that decryption started, and the decryption starts to defenders to try and retake.
Well, it is looking like a tough one for now. Attackers, they do have their manpower, but on the hindsight, it's, as you rightly said, a 2v5 equation. They have been spotted, the AK shots are being connected. I don't know how far this guy is going to survive, but ooh, that was a good retaliation. He was in a reload, still swung, but nothing valuable came through. Now it's down to one last man standing. Let's see who it is. Oh, it's not going to be easy for him to survive as well. And with that, yes, we do have a closure. Just like the previous map, this map also turned out to be a 4-1 equation coming in. And finally, we do have the winners. Marcos, they are going to move to the next round. That is round number 3. But on the hindsight, Reborn, I think they did great when it comes to their defense as well. They were able to like stop one of those attacks coming in. But if you see the larger picture, I think that synergy part has to work on the gadgets that they were trying to utilize. The traps that they were trying to utilize was just not that efficient in the following rounds.
Yeah, we keep talking about the gadgets as traps of and a weird position is where you would want to place it, not the obvious ones where they would destroy it, clear it. And I think that was happening quite frequently, and you could see even the last round, right? The turret was easily visible from a larger distance, and the turret was not even looking in that direction, so it was not placed well in terms of it defending, also not in a position where it was covered and couldn't have been easily destroyed, and the attackers were able to do both easily. I think, as you rightly said, there could have been a little more strategic decisions, wise decisions, choices made in those setups on defense. But yes, they were still able to pull off a defense round in their name, which we kind of spoke about. Because, again, quick trades coming in. They never let that trading game stop. That was their only advantage that they ever had, was that more number of players from the side of Riven were ready to pounce upon Team Marcos. And whenever they did that, they got closer to winning a round. But if they did not and give Marcos the chance of kind of breathing, Marcos were able to pull it back, and that's what they did. They did only allow for a single round that Riven Esports were able to take it. But Riven, unfortunate for them, their run comes to an end here in the finals Community Cup. Hope we see them in Split 2. They now know what much of a work they have to yet do. But Marcos, we will see them hopefully tomorrow. Let's see if they continue their journey being the top 2 teams. But for now, cutting to a break. Don't go anywhere. There's more matches.
Alright, folks, after a quick short break, as promised, yes, indeed, we are once again back on the desk of the finals Community Cup. I'm Raider. We do have Afcon on the desk, and with that, Afcon, the third match is going to come underway. What are your expectations with that?
I'm really excited. This Community Cup has already given us a lot of talents, a lot of players who have shown real big creativities for this game. And our up next game is nothing like any ordinary game. This is going to be a massive matchup that's going to be coming in. It's Velocity Gaming going up against Team IND. Team IND has been a big powerhouse lately in this entire region when it comes to the panel. And I cannot wait to see that how they're going to compete up against Velocity. To give a little bit of an history, Velocity Gaming, they won their round one with a 4-3 and a 4-2 scoreline. Now, if we talk about IND, they had a complete clean sweep in both of their maps, which was like a 4-0. So this match is indeed going to be interesting.
Oh yeah, I am definitely looking forward to see what IND is going to do. But let's have a look at the rosters as well. And we have Tempest, we have Arav, Jitsu, Muku, and Zero coming in from Team IND. Uh, as you rightly said, on the round number one, they have been phenomenal. They had the clean sweep in their favor. So I definitely feel that they are going to have a lot of interesting moments in this particular POI. But at the same moment, we have to see what Velocity is going to offer. Because Velocity, although they had their close run in the first round, I think they have learned a lot, probably. And they would like to implement in this particular scenario. So let's have a look at the Velocity Gaming's roster as well. We have Mark Skilla, we have a Tricky Head, we have Kilwa Zodiac, and then we have Sparky, and along with him, Atomic being the fifth one.
Absolutely. I'd love to see which maps and which, compositions these players are going to be running in when it comes down to the builds. I'd surely love to see those, double heavy, double, medium and a light build. That combination is something that we have seen these players really succeed in time to time again. It's going to be it's going to be pretty interesting situation as well, because when you have those double heavy and double medium, you have a lot of util. But talking about the veto, Monaco and Las Vegas is indeed going to be, out once again. I'd love to see how Las Vegas would have panned out, but this time it's going to be Skyway Stadium, which would be the first game. Moving on to the second one, it's going to be the pick from Velocity Gaming. That's going to be Kyoto, and the decider game is going to be the System Horizon. So this is a real packed game and a real packed map eater that we are looking after.
Oh yeah, Kyoto for the very first time today. We are going to see it for sure, because it's not the decider, it's not the bans what Kyoto is going to face, and I just absolutely love this map. The way that dynamics comes through is going to be interesting, but I would love to watch how the attack of IND is going to be there in the Skyway Stadium, because that's exactly where we start off, we kick off this competition. So let's just wait and watch. Let's see how effective these individuals are going to be. And at the end, when it comes to Velocity, their pick will be Kyoto, and they would like to completely shut their opponent down in that particular scenario. I don't feel that it's going to be easy. That's exactly something which is going to, I guess, get elaborated as soon as we go into the equation, we go into the game. Yeah. Because as we follow up, the initial rounds are going to let us know how efficient of an attack the particular team known as IND is going to pull off, because yes, that's exactly what they're going to do. They have to have a good run initially, but if they will not have that good run in the first half, they might just come back in the second half, because they will have a comfortable spot of being the defenders. I think defender is fairly a very, I guess, efficient way to play along with the way, because if you are on the attack, yes, you struggle a bit. You have to play and figure out which particular gadgets you're going to use, and what kind of specializations you're going to bring into the picture. But once you do that, once you are in the defender side, I think you can implement with those medium builds. The turrets are going to be there, the mines are going to be there implemented onto the sides. B or A sides is going to be completely getting capitalized.
Absolutely. And if we just break down all of those parts that we're going to see in the Skyway Stadium, we're going to have the church, we're going to have the penthouse, and those stories building that could be really, really enormous. But one of the things that I really fear are these open terminal sites. The open terminal sites are going to be completely unhedged for most of the players playing in the attack position. But right now it's Velocity Gaming on the defense, and it's going to be the attacking advantage for the startup Team IND. If you ask me, Team IND, they could really walk away with a real dominant force here. First, they have a real, I'll say an attack-sided map, and they're starting up with the attack in the initial 3 rounds. Looking after the comp, they're 3 heavy and 2 light. There's no medium, which means that your mines, your grenades are completely going to be relied on these heavy, builds. So I'm pretty excited. In one hand, we have 1 light, 2 medium, and 2 heavy. On the other side, IND is all set with a triple heavy comp. This is going to be a chaos.
Alright, there you go. IND knows that they are attacking. They need to have that absorption of the damage. And for that reason, I believe they have gone for 3 heavies in their favor. And obviously, what they did in round 1 was something phenomenal, but they have to come back once again even stronger in round 2 so that they can have the joy of going to round 3 and eventually getting qualified to the finale. They would be looking forward to like go to the finals with the top spots in their favor. And as we see, the defenders, that means Team Velocity, some proximity mines from there, and eventually some traps along the way, and not just that, they do have the turret also online. Mediums are going to do something interesting over here, but Tricky Head at the same moment, they have 2 lights. So it's obviously going to be very interesting to see how the defenders are going to work with this particular type of approach, because the lights are squishy. It's just not something which is going to be easy for them to deal with. But I would like to see what the attackers are doing.
Absolutely.
Yes, the defenders have set up the particular site, but the defenders won't be able to relocate that fast. That's exactly where attackers can have their joy.
Oh, he gets shot by a sniper, and that's pretty devastating. He's gonna jump off the map and give away his life. Sparky is gonna be the first one to go down. It's numbers advantage back in the favor of Team IND, and this is gonna be pretty devastating. They already have 3 heavy. So, you know, like even a sniper onto a heavy guy is just gonna hit you like a 125 damage, while the headshot could deal you like 225. So heavy is very advantageous in such positions. Meantime, they have already initiated towards the B terminal. They have the entire control. The explosive canister doesn't detect. The RPG goes up and the control comes in the favor of Team IND. 3 players remaining for the Velocity Gaming to come on and retake. But I don't think this is going to be an easy description for them to really come and intervene. Meantime, another player, this time it's going to be the light, and it all comes down to one final player. Velocity Gaming, down to Tricky Head, is having a dash for himself, but I don't know with an SMG what's the most he could do, because an SMG, not the best case for him. Goes for a vanish grenade this time, gonna spot one, but he is instantly gonna get taken down. A pretty interesting and a dominant way to start things up for Team IND.
Well, they decided to go with the attack, and they're doing a great job at it. They are attacking in a phenomenal way. As they started, they just lost 1 and eventually were able to get the better of it. With 3 heavies in their favor, they can easily tank up a lot of damage. And we got to see like the domes coming into the picture. And even before that dome was activated, we got to see the charge and dash. That's exactly how they were able to make an entry. So it was quite phenomenal the way they enacted, the way they were able to completely understand and decipher that role for us, elaborate how they can have the better out of it. That was quite amazing. But once again, slow and steady. I guess that's exactly what they're trying to do. They can actually go for the B, but they have to figure out if the light is going to spot them. They have to change their plans, probably go for a different angle. But as we can see, a lot of shots of that SR-84 are being connected at this point, but the connection is yet to come. He's trying and making sure it's going to be the case for him. But the attackers, once again, making a slow approach for now. But as soon as they infiltrate, they will have that heavy build in front of them and the lights and mediums following it up.
Yep, I think it's going to be the engine room that's going to be at the head. And I feel Team IND already so much space is just given away. First player gets spotted off. Sparky could be another one. First time to get taken down. Oh my god, these SR-84s are just so dominant. These body shots land at least 125, and that's 2 players who are already down to the half of their HP. Till now, the numbers advantage was okay, but right as I say that, Velocity Gaming are down to 2 players, only 3-1 remaining. Team IND once again are isolating these individual fights, and that slam is yet again gonna be a big disadvantage. Second round up, Team IND are just walking away with the lead right here.
Now that's phenomenal. The charge and dash that has been activated, so on and so forth, was amazing. The way they are playing along the way is something quite interesting to be precise. But they've already won 2 good rounds. All they need is just one more so that they can completely dominate the first half. And once the sides have been switched, maybe something different is going to come through. And even when the sides have been switched, I think still the 3 heavy build that IND is playing with is going to be way more efficient, because they can easily tank up all those damages and set up a good perimeter to fight back with. So I'm looking forward to see if something efficient comes through from the other sides. Yeah, that means from Velocity's perspective. But the traps that they're trying to set up, the turrets that they're trying to appoint, are just not that efficient, because if you see the entries that the other guys are making, it's just way more well built.
Yeah, I think it is a fair point. You know, like they have the dome shield, they have, you know, like those charge and slams, which are really just arbitrating the entire util. So defending their terminal sites are really difficult. Once again, IND this time looking to hit towards the B Villa side. This could not really be anticipated, because we saw a lot of mines being placed towards the A terminal. Look at them. 3 players from Velocity are towards the A side. Now they're jumping in the head. Oh my god, that is just missed, but a jumping shot right connecting from the side of Zero. Looking for another one. This time it's going to be the Levi's gun. That is completely gunning down all the players for Velocity Gaming, and this is what they need. They are isolating these fights individually so that one by one all the players are just walking into the crosshairs. 2v5 situation, and it seems that third point could be around for Team IND.
Indeed, I believe they are going to get it as the last man standing is far away. But it's basically a 1v5 for him. Look at him. The medium build is right here with the AK. He's trying to pull it off, but I don't think so he's going to get anything. And a flawless win comes through, both in terms of rounds and also in terms of this individual round. The round number 4 is going to queue in. The match point is also available for Team IND in the very first game that they are going to play on stream when it comes to round number 2. And it does feel like that they're going to just have fun. So far, so forth, they don't even have a single medium build. Either they are going with light or they're going with the heavies. They have 3 heavy builds in their favor and they're just efficient with that particular play. I mean, the best part for me is basically the way they are tanking up the damage. One guy is having the charge and dash, the other one is acting on the shields, the third one has got a flamethrowers as well. So every single individual from IND is well built, they know what they're trying to do, and they have read this game like a textbook.
Absolutely, and I feel the big advantage about your 3 builds are like all 3 players are up with like what 350,
Exactly.
like HP. That completely shifts the entire meta for you to just run a double light and double heavy combo. But nonetheless, now the attack is coming towards the hotel, but already players from IND are defending it. This is not going to be an easy hit. The decryption key might have been spotted, and Team IND already have a big gist. Arav has spotted the players who are just jumping around the map, and now all the players are going to come. Dome shield just thrown away. I think that might be a misclick, but nonetheless, Smash shield is going to be a big disadvantage. Heavy versus heavy, but it's Atomic who is going to be the one who gets massive value. Tempest yet again goes down. This time it's Tricky Head who will be taking down IND up with the numbers advantage. It's only 2 players that are remaining between Team IND and their qualification to round 3.
It all falters down to the last 2 individuals. Won't be an easy one. Oh, there you go. One more has been taken down. It all trickles down to the last guy, known as Maskilla. He is a medium build, but he's just putting away a lot of equation at this moment, because when it comes to his gadgets as well, he has got a lot of things to work with. But then again, he's the last man standing. It's just not something which is going to be easy. One good SR-84 shot can end him at this moment, because it is going to deplete 125 HP that he has got. Okay, he's going to start the decryption. This is going to be interesting. The decryption is going to get started, and this will give away his position. Now on the hindsight, you can see the emotes are being utilized. The Lewis gun online once again. The first shot already being on point. That SR-84 shot has made the connection, and we just need one more good connection, and that's all it is demanded for. The last guy could be taken down. Maskilla, the objective is quite clear. Start pushing and get that decryption out of the equation, and that's exactly what they're doing. And there you guys, I think they are going to be on point with it.
Absolutely. I think with the only loss of 1 player, it's all going to be down to 1. Oh, the grappling hook. They only need 10 seconds. They're having fun right now, but I think 10 seconds should not be a problem. And unless they want to play another round, that would be another story. But hey, IND has not lost or dropped a single round. 10 seconds remaining. They should be good to get the decryption, and Team IND might proceed towards round number 3. A massive disappointment and an elimination for Team Velocity Gaming in a very early stage of the split 1. But hey, this is just the beginning. These strong teams have been complete dominant, and IND here with yet another statement that they are not here to lose any single rounds.
Clean as a crystal. The way they are performing is something amazing, to be honest. Be it their attacks or their defense, they have worked on it. They have understood the game way too well, and the best part for me was the unconventional approach, to be honest, because so far we have seen a composition of both, to be honest, composition of heavy, and along with that medium builds also come into the picture, and along with that we had seen light builds also. Light on the lesser notes, medium on the higher one, and heavy also on the lesser notes. But eventually IND is putting up a different meta out here, because they have decided to go with 3 heavies which were tanking all of those damages. And not just that, look at the specializations. Charge and dash, they had the barrier mesh available. They also had some different abilities for themselves, different specializations to be precise, and they were working on it. And to be honest, the most important part when you are an attacker is that you have to tank up the damages, because you know that there is going to be a sneaky light lurking in the map, and he is going to put some SR-24 shots onto you, SR-84 shots, my bad, onto you. So for that reason, those heavies are going to be efficient. They can tank up the damage, they can give up the info, they can actually put up the barrier mesh. That happened in the defense as well. We got to see a lot of barrier mesh play coming in, so that that they can have all those damages being soaked on the shields and then relay it so that the opponent is going to get taken on. And also, if you see the close quarter fights at that point as well, IND was just one step ahead. For now, we'll wait for the second game, but even before that, a quick short break. We'll be queuing in and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup, and we are right inside the third game. Already, we started our day with a massive, like a victory that came in from the side of Team Level 100. Then in the previous match, we had the Marcos, and now it looks like Team IND, they're up with the lead in the BO3 series. It's up 1-0. But up next is going to be Kyoto, and Kyoto is going to be one of those open maps. And for the first time, we are going to see today, this map is something that completely requires you to have, like those solar grenades, have those, like sonar weapons due to which you could really spot on your enemies, spot on your opponents, and it's really, like I'll say defense based, because you can never know what the flank would really look like given that it's such an open map. But yeah, what are your thoughts on this map?
I would like to agree on the fact that it's an open map, and eventually you have to be very good with your defenses because you're constructed to certain boundaries. And if you are an attacker, you can explore a lot, you can figure out a lot. But then again, if you see a defender, he can easily go ahead and go on top of that building and eventually have that eagle eye perspective, which can relay all those infos. He can give all those cues, and with the SR-84, the sniper, light build can easily rip you apart, but for that you have to have that precision. On the hindsight, I just have to add one more fact, and that is IND not just were able to win the previous map, but they were absolutely on a dominating note. The way they were performing, like 4-0 to be precise. Yes, it's basically a BO7 type of equation when it comes to a particular map, but the way they were able to get back-to-back 4 rounds in their favor, that is already itself a very big statement, and I believe they would like to rely on that. They would like to continue that particular momentum in the next map as well, although Velocity has gone for this pick of Kyoto. So I would like to see what Velocity has to offer in their own map pick.
Absolutely, and I think it's like history in making, like Team IND. It's an org, it's the players that haven't yet signed in. So any orgs looking for these players, this is the player you want to have. Like, they did one 4-0, I agree to you, Raider, but while having fun. You did not really see them sweating, or you did not really see them, completely going in, having a close call. But for now, let's go inside Kyoto and let's see what the contestants are going to be having in here for us this time. It's Team Velocity Gaming in a do-or-die situation, and this elimination bracket is going to be brutal for the split one. But yeah, I'd love to see how the attacking and the defense comm is going to look like. 4 medium and 1 light that is going to come in, and it feels that this is going to be from the side of Team. Okay, it's going to be Velocity Gaming, and Andy is the one with defending. So what are your thoughts on 4-man going with, medium?
I again have my own doubts, man, but depending on the map, I think they have got a very good strategies to work with. On the hindsight, when it comes to the other particular team known as IND, of course, I would like to see what is their composition that they're working with, although they are starting with defenders. So yeah, they once again are sticking with the same approach that they had in the previous map. I think once again the attackers might have a tough time, as the defenders are very good for this, not just defender, but eventually the type of composition that you're having is very good for this approach. I think 3 heavies can easily benefit a lot, and all thanks to this Lewis gun, which is high attacking and a high fire rate type of weapon. It can easily damage out very easily when it comes to lights and also the mediums.
Absolutely, but let's see how they're going to initiate towards the terminal positions. 3 heavies are something that's going to be completely massive. This time it feels like I can see Tempest just having an eye on where the, he could be like. But let's see if he could really find the value. He has the RPG in his hand. That could be so destructive. He spots one. He's gonna go for the first blood, and yes, he's gonna get the advantage. Slam is gonna come in. Charge and Slam is just around the corner, but no player comes inside his interval. He's down to a very low HP, but he gets another one down. Team Velocity Gaming are down to 1 final player. And with Team IND completely dominating them, completely giving them no room for opportunities, that was such a well-read round, I'll say, from the side of IND as well. They completely anticipated from them to come through the flank. 1 final player remaining. It's the light with only 150 HP. Is going to get down. And oh my god, at the cost of only 1 build, it's Team IND yet with another round.
Now that's definitely one of the most interesting way to open up, to be honest, because if you see for the side of Team Velocity, they did nothing wrong, to be honest. From my perspective, I feel that they were in a very good synergized way. They pushed in all together. There were no bifurcations in them, but the fact that the other team was just more efficient with their aim, just ready with what they had to offer, was something interesting for me, to be honest. And once again, as the lead prevails in favor of Team IND, they would like to continue that. Once again, the barrier meshes are going to be there, the shields are going to be up so that they can guard the whole equation. The glue walls are appointed, the shields are pretty much readily available. And here comes a rocket launcher in the hand, the RPG-7 Lewis gun. I just have a lot of fear of this weapon because the kind of damage that it can actually relay is something interesting. But we can clearly see with the help of Dome, that guy was playing in, but the shields will be able to help him a lot. But they are pretty much cornered for now, I believe.
Absolutely, I feel like the dome shield really is going to be of advantage here. Once again, Ritsu is looking for some opportunity, is going on for the long
look
range
at
attack,
that.
and what the, like, how did he manage to walk away with that? That was unbelievable. No way that he gets so much open opportunities and manages to walk away with that. Oh, Guardian turret right around the corner is going to be another one. This time it's Team Velocity Gaming finally on the lead. They could really get this, but still, looking at the players from the side of Team IND, they have those heavy builds yet, and the heavy builds are going to strike back. 2v3 situation, one player remaining from Team IND, and this could be a pretty devastating situation. Ricky Head is one single player surviving, and the prey is yet miraculous. 1v2 still has a lot of chance, but the decryption key and the decryption towards the terminal hasn't yet started. Spots another one down and gets another one. It's down to 64 HP, but he is going to go up against the heavy, and this ain't going to be no easy 1-0.
Oh, it's light versus light.
Versus light once again. It's SMG versus SMG, and this could be a big turnaround.
SMG versus SR84. Oh my god, this is going to be interesting. He was able to be on point. Now that's one way to shut your opponent down. A quick scope, and that's it, guys. There you go. IND for you. This could be one of those leading team when it comes to the finals. When it comes to Indian subcontinent, they could be the leading one, as the way they are playing is just amazing. I mean, it was down to light versus light. I agree with the fact that the Velocity's light was a little bit more damaged. It was like down to 50 or 60% HP of his own. But then again, he had that SMG to play with, XP. But on the hindsight with the SR, the way this guy played was just amazing. Zero, you definitely were the hero.
Absolutely, like a heat-seeking missile, so accurate. Once again, look at Arav. He's anticipating the players to come towards the tower position, and players are already using the jump pad. I think they could really spot him down. Oh, the sniper, could it connect? Not the first shot. Going on for another one, but he's taken a lot of damage and might really consider to back off right now.
There are just one but two players right on that shrine. As we can see, the connections so far have not been that promising for them. But IND, they are still setting up the perimeter. Look at the attack, which is failing for now. The cloaking device available for XP54. Available with the SMG XP54. I would like to see if something connections are going to be made. But Max Killa on the hindsight, the medium, from the top, from this advantage, from this perspective, he's already spotting a lot. But with the decryption key, his teammate runs towards the terminal. They would like to go for a decryption, but for now, I think the best part is going to be this Lewis weapon. Oh my god, look at this. Look at the way this individual jumps down with the charge and slam and shuts his opponent away.
There are 4 medium builds, and always it's the light build that stays alive. That's going to be done other than Tricky Head.
Yeah.
Can he do the miracle once again? This time it's a 1v5 situation, and he's just going around the corner, trying to get some open opportunities to get towards the B terminal site. Yes, he could find the decryption, and I think this could really be an advantage. But before that, he gets spotted down, and an RPG-7 right up his face. Third round up, Team IND yet to lose the first round in the entire tournament so far. Match point already up at the side swap.
Just like the previous map, to be honest. It's basically the textbook approach that Team IND is trying to pull off. Although sides have been switched, that means IND is going to attack now. That is the favorite spot that they really love to go on. They would love to cherish this advantage in their favor. All they need is just one more round, and I think they can get it. They can easily maintain that run, or should I say reign of terror that they had in the round 1. They can maintain that in round 2 as well, as they've already shut down in the previous map. Velocity had nothing to really offer, and so far, even in the second map of this Kyoto map, I don't feel that Velocity has a lot of things to offer. The turrets being appointed, they are making sure that the terminals are going to get blocked this time. They're making sure that the entry is going to get denied, but with 3 heavies marching up front on your face, I don't feel that you're going to have a lot of advantage out here. Yeah, there are certain setbacks that you have when it comes to having 3 heavies, because the moment speed gets restricted.
Oh, no,
but other than that, you can easily have a lot of advantage.
They could really pull down the entire tower here. I hope they do so, because that could be a pretty, I'll say miraculous view for us. But nonetheless, as you mentioned, 4 medium, 4 guardian turrets. Oh my god, they're actually bringing down the entire tower. There's only 4 pillars remaining right now. I guess Falcony is still trying to figure out where he should place the Guardian turret, but the tower
Oh, look
is
at
on
that.
the verge of a collapse. The pre-terminal is still on the top side, but I don't think that they have succeeded yet.
Well, yeah, nobody has faltered down. The dome shield goes in. Decryption's key is still in the hand, but as you can see, the charge and slam being activated and being utilized by the heavies. They're making sure that they get the right output. But there you go, the Lewis gun up front, even after like you were able to get the initial shots. Once the Lewis gun is in front of you, you have to fear for your life. That's exactly what is happening. It's down to one last individual, and that is going to be Falcony. He's a medium build, has got a FCAR in his hand, one of the most beloved weapon of this game. But it's just not going to be efficient for him to pull off, because at this moment, attackers, that means Team Iron, they can easily go for a decryption. All they need to do is just go ahead and get the decryption started. Then Falcony really needs to have to push in and eventually get the decryption stopped. But as we can see, they are pushing on to A, making a good approach out of there. But they do have a info where Falcony is.
Actually, going on towards the other side of the terminal was just a very big save play. Falcony trying his best. Karel has to go for the melee. Oh my god, both the players are so low in HP, but yet it's not gonna matter. The winner, once again, it's gonna be Team IND going on for the round number 3. And a big, I'll say, disappointment. Team Velocity Gaming are gonna go down in a very early stage of this entire split 1. Nonetheless, Team IND continue their unbeatable streak. They continue them winning all the games with a 4-0 scoreline. I think this team is surely on a run right here.
I don't know, but I just have to say this, that Velocity felt helpless in both the maps, to be honest. I was giving that kind of verdict for them in the first map, that they are going to maybe possibly lose the second one as well. But as soon as the second game started, IND was on the defense, and the way they enacted on that particular approach was something amazing. They had 3 heavies, the way they were placing their amazing, should I say, specializations along with the gadgets was something amazing. They worked their way to the victory, and it is basically the clean sweeps that they are having so far. I don't know what will happen in round 3, but so far it's IND all in.
Absolutely. I think all of the teams that are going to be matched up in the upper bracket side for Team IND, they have to fear this team. Like, this team is
For sure.
making its own comp, and they are being dominant. They are just fearless at this point. And like 3 heavies and 2 lights, this costs you so many things. You don't have any turrets to watch your flank. You kind of compromise yourself to have only 2 sorts of mine, which is like one of the gas mines that a heavy build has alongside an incendiary one. So there are many things that really comes inside the equation when a team completely doesn't goes on for a balanced comp and goes heavily towards the heavy and light builds. But nonetheless, this was it for the 3rd game. The 4th match is just around the corner, but before that, we are going to take a quick short break. You guys don't go too far. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Community Cup of the Finals. And right here, we have Lucifer back. Well, like we did miss you for the third game of today, which was a complete 4-0. But yeah, we have two more games remaining for the evening. And finally, hopefully, we get to see some of the maps that we haven't yet seen before.
One thing I was not expecting is it going to be so quick. So far, all the series have been towards yes, but this to be a 4-0 in both of the games, that's something that IND are coming in. It looks like they're the hot team that we'll be looking at the finals Community Cup. There's a lot more that we have to see over the week, but we'll talk about the game right now. That's going to be the match 4 of round 2, Brain Deads versus Alpha Strike.
Absolutely. Team Brain Deads versus Alpha Strike. They both have had a real good, I'll say, series so far. Like if you talk about their entire run, they started off strong with their round 1. They are now inside their round 2, and this is going to be one of those games where only one team is going to go ahead, and guess whom they're going to compete. They're going to compete Team Andy. So the winners are going to really, have to have something in their bags. Talking about the entire lineup, we have Alpha, we have Dazi, we have Basil, Morex, and Biclone. Let's see what their comp is going to be, but before that, it's time to look at the map, Edo.
Finally, they take Kyoto out. We've been seeing a lot of Skyway Stadium, and they bring in cha-ching on Las Vegas. Brain Deads, I hope this is a wise choice, and if you do this, we're going to see a lot more from it. Along with that, we're going to have Monaco, and to end it as a decider, Upcon, it is none other than this Horizon, the Neon. But I'm not too sure if you're going to head there, because so far all our first 3 games have just been 2-0. The last one was faster than the previous as well. So I just hope this cha-ching is for one of these teams. You're going to take all of that cash, because when I say cha-ching, one thing for our viewers to remind you or kind of get an idea about this tournament is the $10,000 that's up for stake, which will be in one of team's names. That is going to be the top 4, and that will be decided on Sunday. That is next year. I think there's something big coming in, not April, but another month which starts with A. That is going to be August. That is this month, 18th. So make sure you're glued to your screens for all the weekends from today till the 18th, because that's when you'll see majority of the finals action for all of India.
Wow, Las Vegas, finally it's time to get some action here, and this is going to be interesting. So just to give a small context, for the defense side, it's going to be the Alpha Strike who will be coming up for the defense, and if you talk about the attack, it's going to be Team Brain Dead. Now Brain Dead are going in with a very balanced comp, 2 lights, 2 medium, and 1 heavy. What are your thoughts on that?
I really like the comp previously, which we ended up seeing, was 4 mediums and 1 light, which is a very annoying comp, a build coming through. This, however, seems to be a speedy composition because of 2 lights. On the other end, we have 2 heavies. Now that's going to make matters even more interesting. 2 heavies are the best comp, or it's the complete fall of your whole team, because if the heavies don't work, then your whole team does fall flat.
Absolutely, but let's see how Alpha Strikes are going to manage to defend both of their terminal sites. Nonetheless, I don't think it's going to be an easy one, but you have loads of utility, especially if you talk about those double lights and double medium builds. Talking about the attackers, they're now making their way in towards the B terminal, and as you rightly mentioned, 3 heavy, 1 medium and 1 light. So 3 heavy comp once again, just like we did in Team IND's perspective. This is something which could be a real deal for me. Nonetheless, let's see how situations are going to pan out, because Team Attackers are still waiting to get their first individual duel. They want to isolate these fights. They want to work on these, first kills, and then maybe progress towards the victory.
Looking forward to where they want to attack. Now, it's not going to be easy for Brain Deads to start and immediately attack, right? Because both these teams are going to be meeting for the first time here in the Finals Community Cup, and they want to put up a best show. And the even more crucial part is going to be this is a single elimination. And that's going to make matters even worse. Use of Vanishing Bomb. I think that was maybe a misclick, but right as now, Urishibo has been spotted. Fight from inside. On the other end, we just saw a trap on the door, meaning if you open the door, it can be a kaboom of an explosion. But Afo, he's here. Take a fight, throwing nice on hand, finds eliminations right, left, in center, and immediately attacker is down to the last life. 1v3.
Oh my god, that just ended right around the corner, and it's going to be the first round for the defenders. Team Alpha Strike, what a way to kick things up. Like, they had so much advantage, I think, given that we talked about their triple heavy. and having those triple heavy in these defensive terminal sites are going to be so tough to really counter. Nonetheless, first round maybe just could be a warm up. They could really bounce back with the second one, but let's see how they could really break this line of defense. Because as I mentioned, attackers were playing it very vigilant. Like Brain Deads were waiting for team defenders to do any mistake, give any individual duel, and then get that numbers advantage first. But it feels as if Rishi is going to be stacking up all of these canisters towards the side. And now as they move on, the game starts. They're moving in towards the terminal, hopefully. The decryption key indeed is moving in. But let's see what this round is going to look like for the side of Team Brain Deads as they are down to 1-0.
Defense. They hit pretty hard as soon as they spotted the attack. And immediately Brain Dead were put to rest. Alpha will be looking forward to something again. Nice opening. They did spot one of the lives or the players from the defense, and therefore immediately turned their tracks around. They want to hit the B side, not the storage. Maybe wait, they marked both storage and supplies. I'm not too sure about that. In the meantime, seeing this, defense have started picking up their traps, and they are moving in right towards the attackers again. Heavy hits coming across, and attackers are getting obliterated. Brain Deads are getting dead every time, and this seems to be a flawless round that might come in, and yes, it is. As simple and sweeping finish of the second round coming through, and the last round, so far so good. Alpha Strike have been looking like the best team in this matchup.
Absolutely. I think Alpha, Strike are looking so powerful with that, triple heavy. And it was so unlucky, I feel, for the side of the attackers. They all just happened to beat up within a single chance. Did not really expect it, but they did welcome them with a lot of, RPG explosive. Let's see if they could at least manage to get that one attack round, because that could leave them enough opportunities to turn things around in the second half. But yeah, this is going to be the final round of the first half, and the swaps are going to come in. This time, I think it's going to be the cloakroom, which is going to be there towards the terminal, and there is going to be a beast strike as well. Well, meantime, Team Defenders, they're going to be having a really good time with this all lead that they have managed to got for themselves. Attackers, they might move in towards the cloakroom. So let's see if that could really be a good decision for them, or could really, just turn them around like they did in the previous one.
I don't like the build on the heavy all at all, but already the fights begin. Winch, hook. Seems like there's been an exchange because of that as it brought a player closer. Dazai from far away hitting the wind with his melee. I'm not too sure what's happening over there, but defenders still managed to clinch it. The numerous numbers that they have to fight against attack. A clean swipe coming in from Alpha. They are going to switch the sides, get into attack, but with a big lead of a 3-0.
And, I'd just love to give the mention here that from the side of Team Alpha Strike, there was so... that Guardian turret brought so much value. Guardian turret already HP is like over 150. So if you even want to take it down, it's like already you're fighting up against 3 heavies, 1 medium and 1 light. And they are additional of those, Guardian turrets who are really being annoying for you. And getting them, spotting them in these off-angle position where you really don't anticipate the defenders to strike in, it's really been chaotic. But now it's time for them to defend. And it's the attacker which are going to be the one who will be Alpha Strike. So let's see how this 3 heavy build could go in the attack side.
Defense is super strong from Team Alpha. Can they also strike on attack? 2 heavies, 2 mediums, 1 light. Taking the key around the A attack side. The platform leaves without the key. But they still have a jump pad. They still make it through. Not much to be worried about. But look at the destruction. It doesn't seem to be like this is a building anymore. But finally, it seems like they've spotted the players. And now this is going to be trouble for the side of Brain Deads.
Absolutely. Las Vegas has already turned down into an desert, it feels. Because all of these players are just going in for the destruction. They want to completely get these players individually and want to take them down. So far, the players are having a disadvantage towards the side of Team Brain Deads. Only 4 players remaining. But the HP is still something of a concern. Let's see if Alpha Strike could really point out towards the terminal and make their move. 3v3 situation. All the 3 builds are now going to get the advantage, but the light is going to be in a big struggle. Lewis gun on the spray.
Ooh.
Not going to find the value. It's all down to one single player. First round could be around the corner for Team Brain Dead.
Yeah, this can be the first. They have to find a way to close it. Spotting the last player. Nice hit coming in on them. Clean tracking. And that's going to be the first for Brain Deads. We spoke about the strike coming in from Alpha, but it seems like it felt a little bit bland here on the first round of the second half. But however, there's still a lot more rounds in terms of buffers for the side of Team Alpha to make things work. Whereas for Team Braindeads, they have to keep winning every consecutive round and do not even give space, maybe not even a slice of air that Team Alpha can breathe. If they do, it's going to be tougher than ever because this series might just get even more riskier. Even though this is the first map, they have to be worried about it. Now, one of the attack sites is going to be B in Garage. Let's see if it is a B hit. We've seen a lot of teams trying for the B hit, but it is the most deadliest and fiercest of the sites to hit. But this time, the defense is not that big here, Tarun. So I'm a little worried for the side of defense. This attack might just come through, and even the terminal, right? The decryption might start.
Absolutely, the B, parking lot side had so many mines. They had the explosive mine, they have the gas mine, and this is already putting them down in such a low HP. Just look at the HP that's already down, and one of the players is already going to get taken down. Such a smart play coming in from the side of Team Braindeads. Let's see if they could really manage that numbers advantage, because now it feels as if the number situation is looking bad. And somewhere Alpha Strikes are looking to get this individual duel. The decryption has not yet been started, but the chase arises, and the chase is going to find the value. One single player remaining. It seems as if the comeback could just be around the corner, but Desai, if he has anything to call him, he goes ahead. Guardian turret could really put him down, but he is going to go find the trade for his turret, gets spotted down to 90 HP, and the light build will take him down. This is indeed going to be the start, and I feel like a 2-3 could just be around the corner.
As you can see, the two heavies right now are not coming into play at all on attack. This is what happens on attack. It just gets tougher if your heavies are not the first leading the charge, and even if they're leading the charge from front, and if they go down very early without not much of a firepower, they are going to cause trouble. And that is what we are seeing from Team Alpha, where they're unable to get a proper foothold. This time they did get into decrypting the terminal, but they could not successfully complete it. Whereas the defense, they have numbers of mediums and one heavy to play around. Therefore, they're able to bear the blood and attack coming in, and then also defend and go for a retake where they're quick on those trades. They're throwing in many numbers against the fewer players of attack. This is one chance that they have to close it without any deciders that they have to go through. If they're able to do it here, Team Alpha will get the first map. Otherwise, it is going to be Team Braindeads pushing them to a decider.
All the three heavy builds are now just walking and marching all together. Alright, let's see if this match barrier could really be of any advantage. Nonetheless, the sonars are going to come out, and I think this change in comp, this change in util does, seems to be pretty interesting for me. The mass shield is going to give them pretty good side, but okay, Rishivu this time coming in with the flank could really not be anticipated, and look at the damage! The nade is going to deal so much damage. They're walking right inside the traps of Team Braindead. So once again, 3v4 situation. Alpha Strike finally could get a chance to close this map down in their favor as they have the numbers advantage, but the decryption has not yet been started, and it's still 1 minute remaining for the side of Team Braindead to defend themselves.
The key is right in front of the defender, so it's going to be tough for the attackers. Alpha. Oh no, Weasel hasn't spotted the players, but he's still right behind them. The heavy with a gun goes in, completely obliterates him, gets an assist and drops it to one last defender who's right now hiding. They don't know about him. He just has a pistol. They try to go in. He immediately swoops in. Can he find the elimination? He does, but he's only good for one. But with this, it is going to be Team Alpha Strike who get this first map under wraps in this best of 3 series. But it is still not done. They still have a long way to go. Braindeads, it was their map pick, and they lose it. Now we go into Alpha Strike's map pick. That is going to be Monaco. And so far, out of the 4 games that we've seen, 3 of the games are looking like they're going to be ending on Monaco.
Absolutely. That was a real must-win round. Because if, Team Braindead would have walked away with that round as well, things would have went from, bad to worse, because it would have been like one final round remaining. And with you not having enough composure, enough, momentum on your own map, side pick, which was a defense, could have really went either way. But I'm really, happy to see how Braindeads really did not lose their composure. They kept their confidence in, and despite having a clean sweep in the first half, they managed to turn back things around, especially with those 3 heavy builds. Now, these 3 heavy builds are something which we really need to talk about. Having your mesh shield, having your grappling and your charge and slam. These are some of these abilities which are so hard to counter, especially if you are a light build, because you have only an HP of 150 and already these slams give you like a damage of 125. So it really gets hard for you to really keep those composures, and just you being relying on this utility, like we saw, in the, I guess, round number 5, where all the players walking towards the parking lot, and already the players of Alpha Strikers was so down because they took a lot of damage from those explosive mine, from those gas mines. And these are the utilities that if you're lucky you could really find massive value out of it, because all the players are just walking into your traps. But if that's not the case, then there's more to it, that you should really completely rely on your gun power.
We did see data reshapers as well, which kind of gave a chance for the attacking side to get their decryption started. But again, we didn't see them using their heavies as well as they would have wanted, except for this last round. Here you could see the methodical approach, as you rightly said. First, using the mesh shield, they started climbing the escalator, and from there on waited for the opportunity, used sonar, detected their positions. There was even a gas canister, I presume might not be the gas trap though, that exploded, so they had to hold on at the escalator, and there was a little bit of a misclicks happening that we did even see from Braindeads. I think that's their nervousness, or that's the jitters that happens when you kind of maybe see players, or maybe the over eagerness of going and striking upon them to find the eliminations. But that did not happen. They were only able to pull off 2 rounds. Now Alpha Strike, it's their map choice of Monaco. Now they do start on attack. That might be a disadvantage. Braindeads, they have to look forward to converting this defense at least. In the previous defense, 2 rounds, they did write it in their name. But can they finally write more than 2? Can they maybe get to 4? And then we'll see the decider, which so far has not happened here, Tarun.
Absolutely. And I think Alpha Strikes, I'm sure that they could run up with the same, compositions for them, running like at least 2 to 3 heavies and having a balance between 1 medium and light. But I want to see how Team Braindeads are really going to, kind of innovate in this position. Because, we have seen a lot of, I'll say, Skyway Stadium. But Monaco and Skywave are going to be something that you could really, really kind of compare it when it comes down to you fighting or towards that church or those positions. Because there are a lot of buildings, there are a lot of flows that comes into existing. And you having, these heavy builds could really help you down. And not just them, but light also comes in with its own advantage. By that C4, by that breach, which could, completely break down an entire flow, and you get the terminal to yourself in the attacking and the defensive position itself. So let's see what's going to be the composition. Nonetheless, I'm really excited to see if we could see the 3rd game for the first time in today's game.
It might be. Or it might be still a long way away from getting into the 3rd decider. We have to wait and watch. We still have another game for all of viewers wondering how many games we have. This is the 4th best of 3 that you're seeing here in round 2. We're going to be having one more that is right after this. We'll let you know about the teams, their veto choices, because we still have Alpha Strike who are looking forward to finding a clean 2-0. They did try to approach for a clean 4-0 on the first map itself, Las Vegas. There was not a lot of cha-ching, but there was very early cash outs that we did end up seeing, which is also a mode in the finals, which you want, you can explore, figure out how to play the cash out mode, because that mode has numerous respawns compared to here. There's just 1 life per round, and that makes it even more difficult for players who have been maybe grinding initial stages of the finals, which came out with the finals banquet and all. So we will see how this map, maybe the last, maybe the 3rd, is something that we have to discuss. But after what you saw from Braindead's Upcon, do you think there is a chance for maybe the 3rd map coming through?
Absolutely, because I feel going down towards this map, they do have the advantage for Braindeads to start things up at the defensive position. I think, defending in this map isn't going to be that easy. But when you have those, light builds, which could, maps like these are good for sniping, are good for those heavy builds, as I mentioned. Yep. So having those defenses start, I think, could be a big turnaround. And Braindead, this could be the potential series which could potentially go towards the 3rd game. And I'm really, excited and looking forward for that. And to all the people who have just tuned in, we have had a completely packed day with the finals starting up. I think it was team level 100 which came in with the victory. Then it was team Markers in the previous one. Velocity Gaming had a big disappointment as they went down 4-0 and 2-0 against the side of team IND. And now as we move on for the second map, it's gonna be none other than Team Braindeads going up against our very own Alpha Strikes in the second map, and this is going to be Monaco. Let's see how this is going to really turn up, because I'm really excited to see what's going to be the comp initially, But yeah, what are your thoughts on these three heavy builds? Because I have seen Team IND use it and they completely dominated Team Velocity.
We had two heavy builds here with two mediums and a light, but I think, as I was saying, it's the same in terms of how you kind of manage it. Now your heavies are going to be giving you value, giving you numbers, giving you advantages in a lot of points, because what they can do is completely lock down an entire terminal site. And if they aren't, your defense falls weak. But most of the times, because they have two terminals to guard, if you have two or three heavies coming through, you will still be successful on your defense. But attack is where you have to be worried about, and that almost happened here. Imagine if that heavy setup did not come into fruition, where the attack did not have 3 rounds of a buffer. We could have seen maybe Team Braindeads winning it. So the setup still is going to be same, as we see Alpha Strike starting off an attack, 2 heavies, 2 mediums and 1 light. Let's see how it works on. On the other end, it is again going to be 2 heavies, mediums and light. So literal mirror composition, but having different skins is what we end up seeing in this matchup of Monaco to decide if we go to the third map or Alpha Strike are going to close right now.
Yeah, one thing which I'd love to notice is, do we have a sniper in this game right now? Because I did see throwing knives into the hands of team defenders, which were Braindeads, and team attackers. Let's see what are going to be their initial comp. But yeah, it's going to be the F-car. We have the AK and 2 Lewis gun from the side of Team Alpha Strikes, and already the defense is going to be on. No terminal towards the church position, so that gives a pretty long room for the side of all the players from Team Alpha Strike to go on and get the target being achieved. But look at these, slam and I think these heavy plays which comes in from the side of these players, the charge and slams are really interesting. Till now, the first, conversion or the first players haven't yet been spotted, nor is the decryption.
Kalash holding down the B terminal for now, but it seems to be a imminent hit. Gotten closer to the roof. It is time for them to breach through, and there is the charge and slam. They directly charge upon the heavy on the other end. 3 players trying to destroy or find the first elimination, but they're going through a lot of futures that the defense have established, and therefore attack end up losing not just 2 but 3 of their attackers, and down to the last 2. Attacker strategy was nice, but they never thought about the setup, the number of gadgets that would be placed, and now can they lose a lot more? It seems like attacker coming in heavy, they find a second elimination on the defense.
The gas might really take him down. 10 damage per
but
head.
The chase, flamethrower.
Oh my god, the first round going in the favor of Team Braindeads, but what a way to start things off. And as you rightly mentioned, the way they completely walked inside the mine, the way they completely walked inside the traps, they had no chance. 3 of the players, which were, I think, the medium and light, were already down to 10 to 15 HP due to the gas mines, due to all the explosive, and that is what really pulls you down as an attacker. If you want to completely hit a terminal with having no, info, that W gaming, that's the most which you could do with the balance comp.
Mirror composition on both the end, but the setup's been better from Braindeads in the previous round. They did charge into it. Plan was nice. They did get the opening as well as the first blood, but it was not enough for them to keep their numbers steady. This time, Alpha Strike, what do? Taking upon the roofs as they try to attack and figure a way through inside the church, but they spot up one on the roof, immediately call it quits, not to go on a head-on fight, and it's a heavy that they spotted. Now, Weasel is going to give them the call. Let's see what Weasel will be able to spot. He spotted a couple of traps that's been placed, and he was slowly, meticulously trying to destroy it. And his teammates also have taken over the roof on which they spotted their opponent on. Both the heavies on the rooftops, destroying every trap that is there so far. What a play coming through. This attack has still not come through, but where did we find an elimination? One of the players who are on the ground level have been put to rest. Make it another inside the church, and that's going to be 2 eliminations again. Very early ones for the attackers. Nice rocket launcher to kind of break down some health, but still not an elimination or an opening for the attackers.
Absolutely, and I think these church positions are so chaotic. Now he goes and slams the RPG right up the faces, but it's down to the 3v4 situation. Numbers advantage still up for the side of Alpha Strike, but the spray from Lewis gun is enormous. Was already good for the 2 on the spray down. But now it's all down to a 2v3 situation. Team Brain Dads, they have the numbers advantage. Look at the HP of Vice. It's going to be so down. Kratos needs to survive. He needs to make sure that he somehow holds on that, mesh shield. But he gets taken down, and now it's going to be yet another way to kick things up. The decryption is indeed going to be intervened, and that's going to be the second round coming in for the side of Team Brain Dads.
We have maybe what looks like a third map that's been cooking, because this is the cleanest and nicest retakes that we've been seeing, and you can see how well Braindeads are waiting for their opportunity rather than running right into the hands of Alpha Strike. And Alpha Strike on the other end, very methodically, as we've been saying, strategically approach, get that terminal to decryption as they get the key through, but they're never able to hold it on. Their post plans have not been looking good, whereas the defense on their retakes have been making sure the exchanges are always better, but also the defenders have been finding early picks, early eliminations before even the attackers could say anything to it. He's been trapped. It will be recovered, not much to be worried. The blue canister which burst upon it, but it is a little funny to see that the most crucial thing gets put underway. But if a player gets hit with it, they get slowed down, stunned for a second or so before they could make a run for it. But now, what is the approach for Alpha Strike? Looks like they're going to be taking the rope, climbing into the roofs, and last time, like, one of them spotted them on the roof. It's going to be the same information relayed that it is a roof journey that they're traversing towards B. There is a two-man pronged approach where a hold from Echo Lash. He knows that players are coming towards him. A nice hiding spot in the grosses.
He's trying to camouflage himself, but do they expect him? The moments he shoots a single fire, he is going to spot him down. But yeah, for now, he's just doing the scouting right here. He could have a chance. Yes, he's going for the shot, but somehow he manages to dodge. And what a way to slip up. Oh my god, Team Alpha Strikes, they just manage to survive by the skin of their teeth, but still the numbers advantage equalize in both the side. And if they move on towards these open side terminals, I don't think that's going to be an easy way to defend. This is going to be a big chaos, but especially if you're the side of Team Braindeads, you definitely have an advantage because all the players are just walking up the crosshairs. First player goes down, so does the second. 3v3 situation, and now as he goes on for the charge and slam, that's not going to be the case. Wesley is going to take him down, and AKM through the spray. Third round up for Team Braindeads. As you mentioned, this could be a potential for us going towards this horizon.
Wait, did the teams switch? Maybe we are calling the wrong team names, because this is what Alpha Strike did in Las Vegas. Their defense was unbreachable, and it seems same here from Team Braindeads. Now Alpha Strike, the side switch, and this is why I said if your two heavies are holding down sides like it's dead to right, it's a fortress, it'll work out to perfection, and it has done so, and teams are now at a 3-0 start in both the halves that we have seen. It has been two different teams, but it's the same start that they've had in the first half. Let's see if the second half is also going to be similar to what we saw. 2 rounds coming in from the defense. This time it's going to be Alpha Strike on the deficit.
Absolutely. Let's see where the hit is going to come in. I don't think any players are yet going in for those snipers or, like having any sort of long range fights. All the players from the side of attackers, which this time is going to be the side of Braindeads, are just moving in here, just looking for the one spot. Oh, that was a good way to use the Vanish Bomb, if I'm not wrong. But nonetheless, the cloaking device is going to get them himself the advantage and would want to reposition. Not just stun gun, but doesn't spot anyone. He's looking so vulnerable at this position. But this gives enough room for the side of Braindeads to move on towards their terminal.
This is a nice position for Alpha to be in, but he knows that there are a lot more players than he can actually spot. He's a tad bit worried. And attackers, they're the ones to lose the first. Defenders, this is Alpha Strike finding the opening. Alpha Strike have the key in the control, and attackers are going to be in trouble. Orushibo, can he recover the key? He is using the Vanishing Bomb, but nice shield, which will make things even worse. He does have a pistol, but now he's spotted. The Vanishing Bomb has gone. Its time's done. What do they do? Orushibo finally will be cleared out from the yard. This is a big defensive play coming through. 2 more players left on the attack, but it doesn't seem like they have any attack left after losing the key.
Absolutely. One single player remaining is trying his best, but is going to get run down. Oh man, that was such a big, I'll say, disaster for them just leaving back the decryption key and then the barricade to defend. Any player, any light build to come, use the cloaking device and steal away under their noses. Not a chance. 3-1 scoreline, and still the defensive position looks alive if you're the side of Team Alpha Strikes. But let's see how promising it's going to be, because for the second time, I think that, like Team Braindeads are definitely not going to do the same mistake twice. Those were the mistake that was completely, I'll say capitalized for the side of Team Braindeads. But let's see if they could really manage to defend both of their terminal sites once again.
2 rounds is what Braindead got in the previous second half. That was Las Vegas. This time, 1 round has been put up on the scoreboard for Alpha Strike. He is making its way through the church, which Weasel has not spotted. So far, the strategy seems to be good. It hasn't ticked off any of the sonars or has given any kind of information. So for now, it is safe for the attackers. But Braindeads, all they need is 1 round, and it seems like the opening of the church, which has been opened up to 2 big doors, has spotted the key, spotted the attackers, and then there's the defender swooping in. Eagle Ash has spotted the player, but through the pillars of the church, unable to strike even a single bullet.
Man, this is going to be a really tough situation because I think the equipment key has been spotted off from the side of defenders. The attackers are already in a vulnerable spot and they have to move out of that position. Nonetheless, they are so close towards the B terminal. Let's see if they could really start the decryption right now. But nonetheless, the numbers advantage are still up, so the defenders could really play on a retake.
He has traveled a little bit of a distance. Kratos moving in through, made the mistake, and that is the first attacker to fall. But they're still going in for the decryption using the dome shield, but they will start losing their attackers somehow. Now they have to hold on for a post plant. It's getting difficult, it's getting tougher. That's another attacker being lost, and defenders are swarming this terminal site, and it comes down to one last attacker. Where is he? They finally find him. The decryption, they're stopping it, and with that the second round has been found. This is Alpha Strike striking back into the action.
1 round that awaits them and an equalizer to take us to round 7. Let's see if this could really be an advantage for them. But I think, like Alpha Strikes, they played it so well. Team Braindeads were completely spotted on towards a pretty off-angle position. Once again, the Yodel game is so strong from the side of Team, Braindeads, and they once again do it again. Let's see if they could really bring this up, because Alpha Strike are looking to have the momentum and they want to run away with this map as well, denying any sort of chances for us to go towards the game 3. Now, Team Braindeads, as they are just 1 round away, they need to stop this streak. This has to stop at some point, and all the 5 players are just together at this position. They don't want to do the same mistake twice. They don't want to just spot themselves up towards the terminal side and give away that position of decryption key as well.
I think as of now, it has been the 2 heavies which have not been placed well from Braindeads. If they did, their defense should have worked out really well, and now they're having a big trouble. 2 rounds have been already pulled off from Alpha Strike. They look forward to pulling off a lot more. Whereas the attack coming in on these 2 heavies have not been working. Weasel jumping up, rocket launcher, then with his gun mowing them all down. Gets it to a 4-4. Uses charge and slam also to get away rather, but he spots the player who was using cloak and will try to chase him down. But he's trying to still run away. He can still see a little effervescence of that player hidden, but now spots another heavy of his opposition.
Things are starting to go from bad to worse with only 2 players remaining from the side of Braindeads. This could be a complete reverse sweep coming in as only 1 player stands strong and he has to do it all by himself, but that's not gonna happen. First goes the throwable, which is gonna be the glitch grenade, and then with him getting taken down, we are moving into the round number 7, the tiebreaker round. I think this is going to be really interesting. I did not really expect a Team Alpha Strike to really come up so strong, strike so badly in their defensive side. And as you can see, an SMG, an FSCAR, and an AK with 2 machine guns. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty chaotic situation because you had a complete run in your defense side and you are still struggling to win the first attack side.
This is what happens. Before the start of the game, you were even talking about this, right? Having more number of heavy players, heavy builds. How successful can it be? On defense is going to be way successful than anybody can even imagine. But on attack, this is how troublesome it is going to be. And you can see already attack, even though they have 2 heavy, they're unable to set up for a proper attack where their heavies are the one initiating and then the mediums and the lights striking as the last bullets. They're still setting up this time again. Heavy going up front. Wise, looks like the jump was not that great, but Afo He's the one who is going to be flanking them. He's going to be the surprise element on the defense, and Lights are meant to do that. He's already on an approach where they have no clue about it, and not even one of the attackers are looking in the direction or even having the slightest hint that it can be a flank from one of the players.
Right, construction site right under the radar for the attackers. Brain Dead, they just need one round to take us towards the Sense Horizon. But let's see if Alpha Strike could really defend this terminal. Already, this is a pretty good angle from the side of Afro. Being a light, he could really just slip out from this position and could dash away just like that. But he's just taking the info game right here. Spots the first one and is going to give up the position, but yet going to get the first advantage. Benefit of doubt still favors the side of Team Alpha Strike. The first kill comes in the favor of the defenders, and they still have the numbers and one strong team. Brain Dead, they were up by 3-0, but it looks as if everything is falling apart. The glitch grenade is going to spot him down. Four players remaining from the side of Alpha Strike, but look at the HP. All the HPs are down, and with that, it's going to be a complete reverse sweep that comes in for the defenders. And what a play for Alpha Strikes to strike it back in their defensive side.
Proving why they are a better team here in the best of 3. Alpha Strike closed the series in a 2-0, which could have gone the third map. Sister Horizon is not gonna happen. Brain Dead's unfortunate. One round is all they needed, and Alpha Strike this round and the side changed. From there on, they've been looking flawless. I think this is the reason we need that half switch coming through. The half switch happened, and with that, they don't even drop a single round. Brain Deads, they just need it for maybe a thin wire, or maybe something for the side of Alpha Strike to just flatten themselves, fall down, slip up. But we could see not even a single slip up on their defense, whereas there were a close slip ups coming in for Brain Deads even while they were in defense. Looked like Alpha Strike could have won it, but eventually did clinch it because of the numbers, because of the heavies that they had for defense. And that's the same thing that Alpha Strike did. And Alpha Strike, they pushed it over the edge, right? That was them winning the last round as well, which was the decider round to close this in a 2-0 series, which shouldn't have happened. Brain Dead's unfortunate for them. After fighting and putting up a competition of those sorts where they were looking flawless, they didn't win.
Absolutely, and I feel like a big props towards the side of Alpha Strike to not lose up their composure, to really still, trust the entire composition, to have those trust in your teammates, and the way they played, the way I think especially you have to give up to, Afro being one of the light builds, having so much value for his team. Yeah, this was phenomenal. But once again, one last series for the night, and that's going to be none other than War's Generation. That's going to go up against the side of Burden United, which is going to be an interesting series. So you guys don't go too far. We will be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup, and we are about to kickstart our last match for the day. We are on round 2 matches that you're seeing. We're done with 4 of the round 2 matches, and this is going to be the 5th one to decide who goes to round 3. Now, round 3 is where the competition gets even more interesting because, as we said, it is a single elimination bracket. From here on, every match that you pick up so far has been clean runs for everybody. Even the last one, which seemed like there could have been a third one, Alpha Strike did not push it through. Now, what has this match 5 for us? What do Worst Generations versus Burden United cook for us? What is the build that they have upcon is what we are going to be seeing, because we saw 2 heavies on either end, mirror compositions, and they still did not work through.
Absolutely. I think both of these two teams are going to play their second match of the day. Both of their first games were like classic 2-0s. And I think it's been like, the name of the game for today. It's just been all of these 2-0s, no third map. So I'd love to see, even if, like when we'll take a look at the map, if we could get some new maps, like if we could get some maybe Kyoto, maybe, like having the Cis Horizon, or maybe even Las Vegas once again, because these were some of the maps that were really interesting, and the way the players and the community in this community cup are innovating with their builds is something that's really a treat for us to watch. Surely one of those standouts were the startup team Alpha Strikes. The way they standed out, the way they gave a reverse comeback, wow, that was something mesmerizing to really see. Not the best for the startup team Braindeads, who were looking to just be 1 point away. They had 4 chances to do, but well, nonetheless, they were completely being outplayed. But yeah, as we move on for the final match of the day, Worst Generation team going up against Team Burden United. Only one team is going to make it towards the top 8 positions, and then they could get a chance to compete up for the top 4 in the split.
At this point, every fight should be for top 4. As you tuned in earlier, or if you don't or missed, the main thing that you should have it in your mind is going to be the prize pool of $10,000 US. And as you mentioned, it is a fight for the top 4, and the prize pool is also a fight for the top 4. So you make sure you walk away with something at least at the end of the Finals Community Cup, is only if you're at the top 4. So split 1 top 4, split 2 top 4, and maybe even the grand finals, the finals top 4. But quickly talking about the lineup that we have: Dusty Butcher, Fawcett, Sexotic, Swap, Ace. Players, they've gone vivid and wide with their names, so it's going to be interesting to see how worse this generation of the players are, or are they calling their opponents worse? Because Burden United, they have a couple of players that I've seen in the circuit: Byomkesh, Risen, Blurry, Anoka, and Flawless Zipline.
Wow, I'm in love with these names, and I cannot wait to see what the rivalry is going to pan out from the either side. As you mentioned, only one of these two teams are going to move forward, and not just that, but also let's take a look at the map. We have Cis Horizon, which is going to be the first map that's going to be a pick from Burden United, which means that the attack side is going to come in from the side of Worst Generation. Second game, once again, it's going to be the side of Skyway Stadium. Once again, I'm really excited to see how this is going to pan out. Monaco, as we just witnessed in the previous side, both of these two maps, something where I feel Burden United could have a very big advantage. And yeah, I think all the 3 maps, Burden United are the one who will be starting off at the defensive side, but I think the advantage would be up for Worst Generations in map number 1.
Cis Horizon, Skyway Stadium, and Monaco again. Now, as I said, out of the 4 games we've seen, 3 have been decided on Monaco. Now, this is a 4th game which still has Monaco in the map pool, but this time Monaco has been a decider. So let's cross our fingers and see where we head towards Monaco or not, or it just gets included under Skyway Stadium. But one thing I'm for sure excited for is going to be Cis Horizon. After Las Vegas, my most crucial, or I would say most fun map to play on is going to be Cis Horizon. So to start things off on Cis Horizon is the reason I'm super duper excited, because this map, like comparing it to the other ones, right, there are roofs, there are walkways, there are ledges, but here in Cis Horizon, there are literally blocks where people can tread on. The neon presence of this whole environment just kind of gives you a different feeling. So let's see what happens here in this last matchup between Burden United versus Worst Generation. Starting off on the attack is going to be the Worst Generation.
Absolutely, and they have yet again a pretty, I'll say double heavy 2 lights. One of them having the dash, one of them having the cloaking device. So it's going to be interesting. And one thing which I really love looking at the medium is that he'll be having, that dematerializer, which in this map could really work well. A dematerializer in this map could bring you a lot of value, could really make your team go beneath the floors without having to take any of those long flanks. But yeah, the defensive side is going to be indeed something to watch out for, because it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a pretty chaotic side if you are at the side of defense, and that's going to be Burden United. While the attack side, I do feel could have an easy walkover, but looking at their comp, I think if I'm not wrong, it's double. It's double light, double heavy, and a single medium. So let's see what's going to be the situation here as they move on towards the terminals.
Attack started from worst generation. Nice shots coming in from the heavy as well, but now we have to see if it's going to be a nice attack. Ace sniping, figuring out where the players are. Checks the B terminal. Doesn't seem to be spotting anyone, but now he's not scoping in. This is the time there were two players and finally does spot one. Big damage that is. He spots the second one as well on the floor who was trying to jump, but he used the zip line and got back into the blocks walk. Makes his way back to safety. His teammates, they have completely rushed towards the A attacking terminal, and Ace, he's the one who's crucial to kind of keep control of the players who are towards B, and right as now he has been doing that job quite efficiently.
Absolutely. Oh, the throwing knives. These could be yet another one of those disasters. Okay, he spots two. Is not ready to give up his position yet, but now he could have a chance. Yes, he goes for the backstab. The players are not even realizing if he survives with 1 HP. Oh my god, this is so devastating. Bloody is indeed going to get taken down, but the throwing knights are completely doing the damage which it should have. And slowly, steadily, the attackers, which are the side of team Worst Generations, are the one which have the advantage. One single defender remaining who will be taken down. Worst Generations up by 1.
Yo, Swap, what was that? He just kept jumping left, right and around, and he just swapped that fight in his favor within the blink of an eye without giving anybody a chance. That was interesting of a play, and I don't know what to say about that. The attack didn't even seem like they knew what was happening. Sorry, the defense didn't even seem like they knew what was happening. Worst Generation on the attack. Have a good start.
Golden United need to strike back. They need to really keep those, pace coming in when it comes on towards the side swap. And you don't want to get 3-0'd, especially in this map with you having to do all the heavy lifting on your attack side. But let's see, once again, it's going to be the P terminal, which is going to be at the hit for the decryption. All the players moving in. This could be a good spot for the snipers from the defense, but I'm not seeing any defenders quite near the position. All right, finally we get a spot. Ace once again looking to do the damage. Let's see if he could really spot some play. He might spot two here, but well, he is going to get hit. 125 damage onto the opponent light, but he is not able to get any conversion. Down to 90 HP. Needs to move out. Device is once again going to give him the advantage. Looking for the head, misses his chance. Can he get out of the position? That's a big question, because that's a big, I'll say, they have already been down to only 4 players, and having the numbers now equalized, this could be a chance for the side of Team Worst Generations to keep their momentum up, or its Burden United defense could really be promising here.
We were talking about how would Swap's play come through. His cloak has been phenomenal so far. He has been taking down the defense without them even realizing it. Using the shotgun, breaks open a spot to get into the terminal, but terminal is still a little further away. Defenders just have 2 more players. 46 points of health. Uses the sniper to try and destroy the turret. Doesn't work through, but what do they decide better is going to be taking down the defender and successfully do so. Now they've gotten closer to the terminal. However, there's the defender. Defender's done the damage. Flawless zipline, but he is surviving on barely any health. And with that, attackers, that's going to be Worst Generation with round 2 in their name.
And that was a pretty close one. It was all down to a 1v2. The Guardian turret are so powerful in those defensive positions, especially if you are successful enough to really attract your opponent attackers to come towards towards the side terminals. But let's see, that was a round that could have went into the way of Team Burden United. But let's see if Team Burden United could end the half in a really good note. A 2-1 could really give them a fighting chance, or they really have to play themselves a performance like Team Alpha Strike did in the previous one. But right now, Round number 3, one final round, and it's going to be once again all the players from the defense to hold on towards the B terminal. Let's see what their setup looks like here. They have a Guardian turret, all the mines being placed around. Maybe want to get the, two canisters there as well. But the attackers, if they do not manage to end up here, that would be a big, big devastation position. Meantime, if you talk about the side of Team Worst Generation, they are really, trying to get those individual positions of all the players from the defense. Unless they get any info, they are not just looking to hit any sort of terminal. But A terminal looks pretty open, if you ask.
The main concern so far is defenders setting up super late, and which is giving attackers positions to play around, not just in terms of control, but also to play around in the minds of the defenders. Worst Generation getting closer, as you said. They are about to hit the terminal, but in the meantime, they're the first ones. Wait, actually, it's a quick exchange back to a 4v4. Attack and defense on even numbers. They've spotted where the defender is towards the terminal on A, and they try to go and chase him out of it. They try going right behind him, but the sonar detects 3 of the players who are stuck on site. There is a dome for them as a time being protection. An attacker spotted with super low health. Boundless jumping in, and that's a big mistake being committed. And now a run in again from the defenders. A 1v1 battle, and this time it's going to be a defender winning it out. And that is going to be crucial because the numbers are back to a 3-3. But the fight continues. It doesn't stop. The attackers are charging in as they drop 2 of the attackers, bringing into one last lonesome attacker. Is this going to be a flawless and 3-0 half coming through, or is this light having a chance? The SMG waits for the cloak to regenerate and now makes a move, but it's going to be super tough, especially with the heavies on the other end. It's going to make matters even worse with his position revealed. Tries to cloak himself. It is going to be a sniper versus an SMG battle, but there is the heavy with a shotgun running in. Winch Claw to drag him closer, and with that, it's a flawless first half for the side of Worst Generation.
Absolutely. What a masterclass of, attack round from the side of Worst Generation. Did not really, gamble up with the attacking position. They really played the time here. Despite you having like 2 minutes, 30 seconds to figure out which terminal you want to hit, they waited for these individual fights that they could really bring to their advantage, and then they went in for the decryption. So that's something that you want to really give the props in. But now, if you are the side of Burden United, you are really paying yourself to pull off an alpha strike, moment here, because these next 3 or 4 attack round could really turn around. And having such a balanced 2 heavy, 2 light, and 1 medium position, I'd love to see if this could completely go out of 4-0, because I would not be surprised after what we saw from the side of Worst Generation, who are right here defending both of their terminals.
It should most probably be a 4-0 because so far the games that we saw, right, Upcon, was 2 heavies on either end, but it was only the defense winning it. But this time, Worst Generation have showed us how to win with 2 heavies even on the attack. They were so good in their executions, and even towards the end, after the plant of the key, they still had their 2 heavies surviving, which made the game even more easier for them in terms of taking control of the terminal, making sure it doesn't get stopped from decryption. Now, they are defending, but look at how well they've been holding as defenders. Not even one of the defenders have been spotted by the attackers, and that is going to be a worrisome cause. Because not spotting a defender means that you have to go into deeper defender territory until being found. But it seems like finally they found one lurking, and the first defender's out.
Absolutely. They just baited their decryption key, spotted out one of the defenders, took him down, but now it feels that both the heavy, 1 light and 1 medium is going to be surviving in. Let's see if they could really manage to keep themselves up, because if I think, Team Worst Generation wants, they could just go and turn things around towards the other terminal. Let's see if that's going to be the name of the game right here. The APS turret or the Guardian turret once again doing a lot of damage. The AKM coming right up on Space's 4v4 situation. The numbers could just fall apart for the defenders, and yes, it does. Attackers now having the numbers advantage. 2v4 situation, Joseph is going to be the one with heavy while he is going to get connected with his medium build. Let's see if this could be a big clutch situation that could come into. Decryption has started. 1 minute is going to get started to count down, and this is not going to be an easy one to retake if you're the side of Team Defenders.
6 seconds is what you need, but they have numbers. 4v2 is going to be the name of the game, and look at a cheeky position in the corner. Should be good for 1, might get traded off after that, and yes, does get traded. Puts down a barricade, but he knows there are still 3 more attackers that he has to withstand this gunpowder from, and he gets spotted by the turret. Uses a dome for now and has a nice cheeky spot to start the decryption. Stop the decryption from happening. but there are 3 players who are going to bombard the dome with bullets to finally destroy it, and his plan of trying to have a sneaky stop to that decryption.
Absolutely. That would have been a big brain play, like having your dome shield, having your barricade, and then going in for that, like sticking the decryption to be interrupted. But no chance. I think, like, Team Burden United, they are not going to fall that easy. Like, we were anticipating, like, this could be a 4-0, but man, this attacking half could really be another turnaround, just as we saw on the, like on the other side, on the other map of Alpha Strike. Let's see if this could be yet another round where they could be able to convert. Nonetheless, it's the match point which is up for the side of Team Burst Generations, that they really need to keep up. Kind of a mishap towards the zip line. And now as the decryption key moves in, let's see what's going to be the name of the game here.
Using a son of shotgun. Oh, it is 3 players crossing across, spotting the key as well. 4 players. He spotted the whole shebang of a team and now wants to do 1v1. Unfortunate. Wait, was his own teammates closing him with that glue? It was almost about like a bait or put one person as a sacrifice over there, but they somehow did not lose. But decryption started. However, defenders quickly as decryption started, they make sure that the attacker lose a player. Now they're trying for a lot more and they successfully do so. 2 of them out of business. Can they find the next 3? And if they do, it is going to be worst generation, and they found it. And decryption is looking forward to be stopped, but they finally destroy the dome, bring the player down with a winch claw, and now mess everything up as the last player gets finished off. This is going to be worst generation winning this first map.
Absolutely, and the decryption is going to be interrupted. That's going to be your winners for the first map. Team Worst Generations are going to be the one who will win their opponent's map pick. This of this horizon, and now they will get a chance to close out the series and get themselves the top 8 position in the split 1 when we move on towards the Skyway Stadium. But nonetheless, a very promising fight indeed from the side of Burden United. I do feel that one of those, like fumbles which we see from the side of Ace had 5 chances to shoot, but was only able to connect 1. But meantime, that gave enough room for all of his teammates to just maneuver towards the top of those, building, and then strike them through the bottom positions. And I think that was really a turning point when you, as a defender, have so much info inside the starting first half of the entire game. There's a very less opportunities when you spot not just 2 or 3. You just spotted all the 5 players running around, moving inside the building towards the Terminal B, and then all the players getting reinforcements back. I think Team Burst Generation, that was really a jackpot, and what the doctor ordered for them in that round.
Yeah, they played smart in the initial rounds. When they understood that they're still losing with 2 heavies, they decided to give them some space. And as you rightly said, knowing and having information is a very crucial thing in this game. If you're able to do that, you're going to be able to surround the attackers and trouble them. They successfully did so, and that's the reason the first map is Horizon in favor of Worst Generation. But can they also do that on Skyway Stadium right after a break?
Welcome back to the final game of the Finals Community Cup, and we are in for the which could be potentially the final map of this entire series that's going down between the Worst Generation going up against Burden United. With me once again, it's gonna be none other than Lucifer. Man, it's been a big day and it's been a great day. Like we were awaited to see the finals return, and really wanted to see the community as well, how they're going to respond, how they're going to be creative with these builds. And so far, man, are we impressed with these games so far?
We are indeed, and I really liked what you also did there, where you almost hinted that this could be the last game and then reeled it back and said probably last game, which could happen because again it stood a test of time. And now we were talking to our producers as well, like never kind of take the last game lightly, because the last games are the ones which go the last mile. So wait and watch of what happens. Worst Generation, they didn't have a power start, but after that we did end up seeing one of the rounds being lost from them, which made it seem like they're not as clean as they looked on their attack. But even double heavy coming through, great stuff being done. They were able to pull it back when it mattered, but now it goes into the map that is Skyway Stadium. Can they again make it happen? Burden United on the other end seemed a little more uncomfortable or unfamiliar with the territory on Sis Horizon, where they were unable to establish their ground. They were unable to pick pieces. Even though they were the ones who chose Sis Horizon, it seemed like they were completely outclassed. But Skyway Stadium at least is a map where a lot of people play. So I feel like Upcon, they might actually try to pull off a fight. I'm not still sure whether they'll be able to push it to the third map, but there's still firepower better coming in from Worst Generation.
Absolutely, and I think this match nonetheless is going to be really a big testing ground. I feel for the entire team of the side of team, none other than Worst Generation, because they have already an advantage for themselves. Team Burden United really need to make sure that they step it up right here, because this Skyway Stadium isn't going to be an easy one. And I feel the way all of the first half that we are we are going to witness is going to be the attack side, which is going to come in from the side of Team Worst Generations. Let's see if this could be a map where, despite Burden United being on the defensive advantage, could turn things around. It all starts with this first half, and in case Team Worst Generation once again looks dominant towards the attacking side, things could really start to look from bad to worse for Burden United.
Yep. Let's just cross our fingers and wait and watch of what can unfold as of now. Attack coming in from Worst Generation. They decided to attack in the previous map as well. This time they get to attack because Burden United, they choose defense. Let's see what the key and the team does in Skyway Stadium. They jump across, get to the offices, and from here on they will surge to the terminals. And it seems to be a longer one that they decide, rather than going and hitting right in the city center, they decide to hit the other offices of B as attack.
Absolutely, and I feel this attack could really be promising because all the players are just going in all together. Once again, we have the same comp, 2 medium, 2 heavy, and only a single light, but now the crossing is going to be spotted from the side of Anoka. Let's see if he could really move on and interrupt the position. Meantime, he's just making sure that he spots all the players here and bring them down. But the defenders, they might really be positioning. But look at this. Oh my god, he was looking to do a sneaky play, but he gets caught. The decryption key has now fallen, but the B terminal is right under the attack. Oh my god, the RPG is going to be such a big disaster for the defenders. And now as the attackers might really walk away with the terminal, which has now dropped down towards the ground, this could be a chance for them to really proceed the decryption.
I don't know, defenders were able to stop the decryption from starting, but they still messed up. Individually decided to step over the roof, and now they've lost the numbers. 5v3. The key is still in control for the attackers. Not much to be worried about, but defenders, what do they do? It's up to the last player, as I were to say. Last two, he's the only one. Decryption gets started. What does he do? Anoka, he's the first one who spotted the crossing of all the attackers with the key, and now he's the last one surviving. He spotted another one who were inside the offices. Can he get closer to them? Can he find a way to even at least find one elimination? So far, Worst Generation have had a flawless and a fantastic no damage loss.
And this is going to be once again a big brawl. One single player remaining. It's going to be all down to Anoka, but the attackers, which is going to be the Worst Generations, are looking to be in a big advantage. Throwing knives, trying to do the damage, but no headshot. It's going to be the first round. Team Worst Generation once again being the one who will capitalize. I really, I have to give big props to the way they were really able to, use those position like we saw a dematerialize here from the side of the medium build to kind of synchronize the wall and get towards the terminal, start the decryption. But that was indeed been successful. Defenders are going to have a tough time, I feel, if this is how all the 5 attackers are just going to strike once and for all.
They were about to use the dome. It messed in terms of its position. If the dome was there for sure, the decryption would have started right then and there. Attack. Already have one round here in Skyway Stadium. This is Worst Generation's choice. Now they're heading towards the shed. Defenders, what are they going to do? Again, whenever it comes towards the villa or the shed, that is the place to hit in the terminals, because it is a very open space. Lets you in positions where you can kind of create a stronghold for yourself, confuse the players, surge upon the players, and that's what they're trying to do. They've treaded upon the roof, started seeing the trails of bullet, and now they're going to try and isolate, and successfully they've already done it to one player's been eliminated. They're looking for a second one. They did do big damage. The second one's also been found. The one on the stairs is still fighting. Risen, he's trying to get closer to his teammates. Can he find anything in the meantime? Flawless zipline is getting bursted down from the side of attack, and it is only one last player, the Heavy, who was so further away trying to defend A side. Spots one, big damage on the rocket launcher, but I'm not too sure he's going to survive. Maybe even not even find a single elimination using a mesh shield for now. They are surrounding him. They don't even care about the terminal anymore. It is about the round, and with that, a second one also being pulled off from the Worst Generation.
Absolutely, and I feel with this Team Worst Generation, they might just be 2 rounds away from them and qualifying for the top 8 position. Seems to be that Team Burden United, it's been like them and having a really slow start being a thing. Now let's see if they could really be able to defend all of these open sides that's now going to come in, one towards hotel, and I think the other is going to be towards the house top floor. Let's see how this is going to be defended from the side of team none other than Burden United. I'm pretty excited to see how Team Worst Generations are going to keep on their momentum after getting such a massive lead. They're once again moving into attack towards the A house, floor side. And as I mentioned, this is going to be a pretty chaotic one. And this is where, your dematerializer could be really big advantage, because you could just hop on towards the roof, strike right inside the floor, and then get the advantage. But that seems to be stacked up with utility right now, with all of the mine, with all of this Guardian turret. But wait, what? A side is completely left open? Oh my god.
No, this is obnoxious. This is just free, given away round. And look at that. With that, immediately they start deny the defenders from even getting close, blast them out of the site. And they're like, you give us a site, you're not going to get it back. We're going to just make sure that any power of your side comes through. They're going to just get decimated, put to the down ground, 6 feet under. And with that, the first half, clean as ever. Did not even make it seem like it was a competition ever over there, Upcon. And I don't know what this strategy was. And with this, we are getting closer to our 2-0. But is there any answer back coming in from Burden United? Can they be a burden to finish the series or not, is what we see after the side switch. Round 1 after this, in the start of the second half.
Well, let's see how this second half is going to pan out. So far, it's been like a 100% attacking side win. And you cannot really even blame the side of Team Worst Generations, because their comp has been so, I'll say, attack generated. They have been really having so much value. The only round I think they lost was one when they started the second half swap with the defense. But the jump pad is going to be exchanged, and all of the players just watching each other, diving from here to there. And now it's going to be a chase that has to come in from the side of Worst Generation. Right, the first player is going to get spotted up, but the players are not yet able to kind of, stop the decryption. Well, the decryption is going to be processed towards the terminal. They have to intervene, and this is just going to leave them with 50 seconds.
Merciful were in the previous round, Burden United. This time, Merciful are this team. But who's going to lose first? Defense, they're the ones to lose the first one. Nice nade launcher being used from the Heavy to make sure he does a lot more damage, and the defenders are faltering, helter and skelter. They were merciful, but they shouldn't have been. And with that, their flawless run in this map is going to come to an end. The first round should be in the bags for Burden United without much of a trouble. Mistake being done. One last player surviving here. What can he do? I know he cannot do much. Looks like he has a dematerializer, spotting the terminal. But the time's ticking, 9 seconds. He knows there's 6 seconds that he needs, but he's nowhere closer to 6 seconds. But now the round's done. He's also done for the flawless run for the team of Worst Generations is put to rest. First one on board. Every time they've been able to open up like this, Upcon, attack one round, always in favor of Burden United, and defense, Worst Generations always mess it up. The first round they can never close a flawless victory, and if this happens, maybe they close the series, right, Tarun? But it might hurt them when they're going to be playing the tougher games if they keep making mistakes as such.
Absolutely. And once again, I think they do have a ray of hope. But let's see if they could really make themselves an alpha strike just the way they did. Once again, the defensive positions are going to be up and they are on towards the match point. The attack is going to come in from the side of Burden United as they look to head towards the A terminal. Let's see if defenders could really able to... Oh, all right. So Swap is able to spot one. Is going on with the grenade. Has he spotted anyone yet? Not yet. The glitch grenade not really bringing the best of him. But the throwing knife could find him get the first blood. And yes, he gets the first blood. 4 more kills away from them and the victory.
That was a nice cloak being used, waited for the opportunity, made the key drop, and now he's surviving. He's still not hit his threshold. He's not gone below his health. Therefore, he still has 110 points, and his teammates are finding the next ones. There's another one for Swap to find. Can he win the duel? He is trying his best, dodging, weaving, and yes, he gets. And with that, his team also sweeps and clears the other two. The winners coming in, Worst Generations, make it seem like they have no competition from their opponents, and that brings us to the end of our 5th game for the day as well. But what a run it has been. We had IND on one end who pulled off something similar, but they were flawless 4-0s. Worst Generation coming in second at the tipping scale with 4 runs across, and it seems like we have our 2 top contenders to see and look out for as we proceed ahead.
Absolutely. I think these are going to be some of the best pair of 8 players, 8 teams which we have managed to get. And what a day to really kick things off with as well. Like round number 1, as we managed to witness, level 100 and lethal foes. Then we had level, like 100 beating on the side of lethal foes. Then we had markers. Then we had the side of Team IND. And now coming inside this game, an interesting fight and a very close way to close things up as well, just like the previous map did. Skyway Stadium once again is going to be set and it's going to be closed out in the name of Team Worst Generation as they managed to secure the spot in the top 8 position. Now tomorrow is going to be things that are going to be more high stake, and especially we'll get to see more of those close map and some of the most chaotic comps that we might be able to see.
For now, I think this first game itself showed us how closer or relative the competition is as teams are progressing to understand the competition field of the finals. Now split 1, yes, for some teams it's going to be treading a little bit easier to start things off, but towards the end it is going to be the same tougher and brutal competition that we're going to be seeing. But split 2, I think it might end up being a level-headed competition because that time teams will be a little more familiar, watch a lot more the finals, figure out the builds that they need and have the gadgets prepped and ready and the strategies as well when they will be executing. But I think with this, as we got a top 5, the competition here in split 1 is not done, Upcon. This is just day 1. We still have tomorrow and day after to decide who our top 4 are. And now when you wonder top 4, I'm not saying they're not at the prize pool. They're not going to be grabbing it at the end of this weekend. They are going to be qualifying the first 2 directly to the finals. That's going to be happening in the weekend of the 18th. And the other 2, they're going to go to the LCQ. So make sure that these teams so far try to stay in the top 4. If not, they have to try in the split 2.
No, absolutely. And as we can see already, the single eliminations are all set and teams are just on their way to make into the finals. Which 2 teams out of these all 32 teams are going to make it is going to be a big question. But yeah, a pretty interesting day, and we could end up asked for the better way to kick things up at the very first day. Nonetheless, we have some of the most interesting teams and them having to be up towards themselves at the top 8 position. I guess from the side of the upper bracket, we have the side of level 100, we have Marcus, we have IND, and the side of Alpha Strikes, who are pretty interesting. I think Alpha Strike are going to get such a big time, and tomorrow they're going to go up against the side of Team IND.
I think they're going to have a tough time against IND because we could see if their defense was good, their attack was not. And in both the maps that they played, that was the case. But let's quickly jump on the side of Worst Generation versus Burden United. Worst Generation clearly looking very good. Now, yes, Worst Generation's opponent will soon be decided, but there are still 3 more round 2 games that we have to witness, and as you said, we will then get our top 8. So far we have gotten our top 5, so we still are waiting for the last 3, which by tomorrow you will get an idea of, and then you will start figuring out who the top 4 contenders will also be when we hit our semi-finals.
Absolutely, and I think the finals is all packed and we are already set in and locked in for some amazing action. Nonetheless, all of these teams who made it in the top 8, congratulations to them. These contestants are really going to be in for a very big ride. But to all those who just weren't able to clutch it out, who just weren't able to plug their way in towards the top 8 position, there is still a long road to go, and there is still Split 2 and an LCK if you manage to go and come up at least the top 4 position at the LCK at the Split 2 position. Nonetheless, for us, it's going to be too late, and it's going to be it from our side as well. This was me, Apkan, and alongside me, it was none other than Lucifer. This is going to be it from our side. We'll see you guys tomorrow evening, so don't go too far. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night.